it's just so awkward because so many people want to talk to you.
Yeah.
And so many people want to take pictures. I can't tell you how many times someone would be talking to me, and I'm in a conversation with a listener, and all of a sudden someone comes up and just busts the conversation.
They bum rush you.
They really do. I mean, they don't wait. They just come up, and then it's awkward because then you go to them and you stop talking to this person mid-conversation, and then it happens again. Right. It's just very awkward.
You don't want to feel like a jerk by
I'm not going to say, hey.
Disengaging from the person you're talking to.
The last thing I'm going to say is, bro, hold on. I'm talking.
Right.
But that's really what I'm thinking.
I understand.
But, I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yep.
I mean, everyone wants to talk to you, and they realize they only have limited time.
Right.
But that happened probably 20 times last night.
No, but it was cool because we haven't been out and about that much in recent years. And it's actually an honor. So many people came up to us because yesterday was the day that Mayor Bowser came here and gave us the proclamation, and it's going to be Sports Junkies Day on Jason's birthday day on May 4th. So many people there were coming up saying, I've listened to you guys for 20 years, 25 years, the whole time, 30 years, and congratulating us. So, thank you for coming out. It was a fun time. And the draft, there's always energy. I mean, we talked about it. We went to New York a couple times for draft shows. There's just something about it. Like, if you're a Jets fan, for example, all of a sudden you're like, you haven't made the playoffs in 15 years. Yeah. That's how bad it's been for the Jets. But all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, we got a quarterback, we got a tight end, we got a receiver, right?
Yeah.
Or no, they got
Geno.
No, they got Geno. Yeah.
My bad. They got Dave Bailey.
Right. They got a pass
Bailey
rusher.
too.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But they filled like 3 holes right there in the first round.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. And then of course the big surprise was Ty Simpson going 13 to the Rams.
Yeah, that was a bit of a curveball because you heard a lot of chatter that teams might trade back late into the first round, like 24 to 30 range to get him.
Yeah.
He goes mid-first round, and look, he has the luxury of learning behind Matt Stafford. Like, Matt Stafford can call his own shots at this point.
No, it's a great situation. It's a great situation for Ty Simpson.
But it doesn't help the Rams immediately. And it seemed like it seemed like Sean McVay was not on board with the pick. If you saw
I didn't see
his quick presser.
Yeah.
Like, he did, it seems like I guess the GM, is it Les Snead? I think it's Les Snead.
Yeah.
Might have won the power struggle there because Sean McVay did not seem happy.
It's a big roll of the dice. It really is.
The Steelers were bitter.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the Mekhi Lemon situation?
Well, I think the Steelers are bitter because I'm sure they would have loved the option of drafting Ty Simpson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were bitter because they thought they were going to draft Mekhi Lemon. Howie Roseman, meanwhile, is on the phone with Dallas. He jumps the spot in front. He gets to 20. Mekhi Lemon was like, well, I'm on the phone with the Steelers. I'm on the phone with the Eagles. Like, who's it going to be? And it was the Eagles that got him one pick before it seemed like he was headed to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So he was going to stay in Pennsylvania either way.
Yeah, exactly. He's a PA guy
but
now.
I will say that it's a good situation for Ty Simpson because he can sit there behind unless, Matt Stafford gets hurt and he's out for the year and they force Ty Simpson in there. I don't even know if Simpson would be the 2. He might even be the 3, but it's a good situation for him because he's going to learn a great offensive mind with McVay, and then, of course, obviously sitting behind Stafford. So it's good for him, but, who knows how long Stafford will be there. I assume he's only going to be there one more year.
Mm-hmm.
So he might be thrust into that starting role next year.
We'll be reacting to the draft all throughout the show. If you want to chime in, you can always hit us up at 1-800-636-1067. Also, we'll talk to our pal Steve Zabin, host right here on 106.7 The Fan. He'll jump on at 7:25. Chris Russell, the Rooster, will join us at 8:25. We're all over the NFL draft. Odyssey Sports Draft coverage presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. You must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. And draft coverage brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. We're the Junkies. Coming right back. Head on over to our Twitter account at Junks Radio, and you can vote on our Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, 0 bubbles. It pairs perfectly with the day on the golf course. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. It's your reaction to the selection of Sonny Styles at number 7, the linebacker from Ohio State. The Commanders get Dan Quinn's guy.
That is his guy, apparently.
Sonny Styles.
And
You
Adam
have,
Peters' guy. He has a type.
you have
He likes-
4 options. Do you love it? Do you like it? Meh. Or do you hate it? You can vote at Junks Radio.
I can't imagine too many, besides Eric Bickle, hates it. But it came down to Styles, Jordan Tyson, and Caleb Downs. Those are the 3 guys that we kind of talked about at 7. I'm not a Commander fan, but I would have thought that Caleb Downs there at 7 would have been a great pick as well.
We thought Tate might have been available, but he wasn't.
He wasn't, correct.
Now,
that was
by the way,
another little bit of a surprise with
Tate
him going that early.
4 to the Titans, and Delane getting picked 1 pick before Styles with the Chiefs moving up.
Yep.
Enabled Styles to fall into the
To
Commander's
slip.
lap.
Right.
Because if those 2 things don't happen, he might not
probably
make
gone.
it down to 7.
He's probably gone.
So those 2 things really enabled the Commanders to land the guy that, I wish I saw what the top of their draft board looked like, but I'm sure Sonny Styles, if he wasn't atop it, he was 2 or 3 on their draft board.
Yeah.
Like he was super high on their board, and they seemed thrilled to be able to get him with the 7th pick.
I mean, we'll never know, but do you think it was Bailey, Reese, Styles?
I
Or
don't know.
Do you think Love was ahead of Styles?
I think Styles could have been atop their draft board.
Yeah,
he
maybe.
could have been their number 1 overall player
Yeah, you
because
might
we
be right.
know how Peters really favors these guys who are freak athletes. I mean, you're going to have a pairing now of Chenal and Sonny Styles. It's the most freakish linebacker tandem in NFL history.
I mean,
if you go by
statistically on the
RAS scores.
Yeah.
Because Sonny Styles scored a perfect 10,
Right.
the highest ever for a linebacker, and Leo Chenal scored a 9.9.
Right.
So they
They're
have
athletic
completely
freaks.
revamped this linebacker room in one off season.
Yeah.
And
I mean, just on paper, just think about how much better this defense is.
right.
On paper.
Seems markedly better.
I mean, you got to go out and play and stop teams and win. But on paper, just on who they signed and drafting Styles, they are just so much better on the defensive side of the ball.
and I think this goes without saying. This signals the end of the Bobby Wagner era in D.C., which is
He
fine.
kind of reminded me, Styles kind of reminds me of Wagner.
Right.
Kind of looks like a younger version of him. Very well spoken. Seems like a good dude.
Oh, see, Praise is a great leader.
Oh, yeah,
Really
yeah.
good communicator.
No, he's going to be really good in the
Yeah.
locker room, on the field. Going to be their leader if he stays healthy. But I can't imagine a lot of JP. Just in terms of your poll, I can't imagine a lot are going to hate the pick.
Well, Eric Bickle seemed to hate it.
Unless they were all in on Caleb Downs and didn't want to touch Styles.
Right.
I got to think that most fans
And look, this is where
love it.
This is where you entrust Peters and his staff
Yeah.
to go by their board. And their board clearly had Sonny Styles ranked above Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
Look, everything you say is accurate about his athletic score. And clearly, if you look at where they were in terms of speed at the linebacker position, bringing in Chenal, and then drafting Sonny Styles, it's going to be a fast linebacking core now. He's going to be the Mike linebacker. He's going to call the plays. He's going to wear the green dot. That's what Sonny Styles is going to be. The questions that I had along with DB is, well, why not more production this past season on the field? Why only 1 sack? Why didn't he have more tackles? Why didn't he have more game-changing plays?
I might have an answer. This is from ESPN. One of the questions to his linebackers coach at Ohio State, James Laurinaitis, said basically they would have used Styles similarly to Arvell Reese this year if they didn't have Reese. So Reese's skill set was more get after the quarterback, sacks, pressure, and Patricia had him just doing different things.
Yeah.
So it sounds like Styles can do all those things, but they had a guy who was better at some of that other skill set than he was.
Let's hear from Adam Peters, the general manager of the Washington Commanders. Let's hear what he said about Sonny Styles even being available at number 7.
Good evening, everybody. I've been smiling ear to ear for a while now. After all the high fives and everything, and kind of settled in. But we got Sonny Styles, and for I can't tell you how many reasons why we liked him, but it's you can go on and on about him, and we're thrilled to have him. And so to pick Sonny Styles with the 7th pick, didn't think he was going to be there. Thought there was a low chance. There was a chance, but it was an easy pick when he was there and we were on the clock. So
That's pretty telling. Where he says it was an easy pick.
Yeah.
Like they're like, we can't believe he's here. Like, let's just get the pick in.
Well, and it came in pretty quick.
Right.
Yeah. It was.
They couldn't believe their
few
good
seconds.
fortune that Tate was drafted 4th by the Titans, because a lot of mocks had Styles going in the top 5.
Yeah.
And then the Chiefs
The Chiefs-
bypassed him because
Yeah.
they wanted the corner in
Delane.
Mansour Delane.
Did the Chiefs believe the Commanders were going to take Mansour?
They may have.
Yeah.
But why else would they move up? Or maybe they thought the Saints were going to pick him at 8. There were a few teams in front of them, so good. Glad those things transpired.
Do you think if the Commanders had to choose between Styles and Mansour, they would have stuck with Styles?
Yes.
You do.
If I had to guess, I'm guessing Styles is higher on their board than Delane.
I'm guessing it was Styles. Yeah.
Let's go to cut number 2. This is Peters talking about Sonny Styles and what he'll bring to the table.
a little bit about Sonny as a player. I mean, he's huge. He's really it's just amazing. He's 21 years old. He's a young guy. He's just scratching the surface, but he's an elite athlete, elite size, elite length, and he's just scratching the surface as a linebacker. And he's already really good, and he's only going to get better. That's what gave me a lot of confidence too, is that he's going to get better. And we have the people in this building with our coaching staff and the support staff to get him there. And then himself, he's the type of person who will reach whatever potential he has. He will reach that potential. He's humble. He's driven. He's just kind of checks every box. And so it made it an easy pick. We had a great visit with him on the 30 visit. Super impressive football intelligence, super impressive just presence, and just everything about him screamed Commander.
Yeah, you could tell when they had the phone call with Sonny Styles before he was selected. Like, Peters was gushing. Dan Quinn couldn't have been happier. Josh Harris seemed super pumped.
Yeah.
About the pick. Like, they were thrilled that they were able to land him at number 7, and it screamed to you that they did not expect him to be there at 7.
Well, let me just counter this by saying, besides the Sean McVay presser where people are saying he doesn't look thrilled, didn't every war room look thrilled at their selection?
Generally, yes. That seems to be the vibe.
Yeah.
Everybody's clapping,
Everyone stands up and claps, and they
other.
high five and they hug.
Yeah.
25 guys hugging in every war room.
Yeah, that's what
for
they do.
every pick.
That's what they do.
So I wouldn't read too much into that. You better like your pick, especially when you're at number 7. So they take Sonny Styles. He talked about potential. And, I think that the people, it's not that I don't like the pick. I just like to see more production from guys in college than just great combine stats. I mean, the stats are ridiculous. I'm sure we all saw kind of the same tweets that, like, his size isn't far from Derrick Henry. His speed isn't far from like these blazers. Like, athletically, as Cake said, he's got this perfect score on the athletic scores. It's just, at least this season, it didn't translate as much.
Yeah, but I think you're getting caught up in the sacks more than anything.
Yeah.
Like,
He was.
but also like interceptions.
how about here's an important one:
forced fumbles.
You know how many tackles he missed last year?
I don't.
Probably.
2. He missed 2 tackles. And for a team as bad defensively as the Commanders were, and it burned our retinas to watch them last year, having a sound tackler in the middle of your defense is a huge upgrade for them.
I think people get caught up in that because in 2 years at Ohio, the last 2 years at Ohio State, he had 182 tackles, 17 for loss. He had 8 sacks. He had 8 pass deflections, 1 pick. I mean, you talk about interceptions. I mean, it's not easy to get interceptions.
Yeah.
Especially
a
as
lot,
like a
a
middle
lot of
linebacker- like a
quarterbacks
middle-
aren't going to throw at you sometimes.
Well, especially do middle linebackers
Right.
usually come down with a ton of picks.
Right. And I
Not
think,
really.
and I think a lot of those, when you look at the sack numbers and interceptions, he played all kinds of different positions. He played off-ball linebacker. He played edge.
Mm-hmm.
He dropped into coverage. He was covering tight ends and running backs, sometimes receivers too. He's just a
And
versatile,
I'm sure that's what they
athletic
love
guy.
about his skill set is
Yeah.
that he's not just a guy who's going to be a thumper as far as tackling and stopping the run.
Yeah.
He can do what Bobby Wagner clearly can't, cover guys coming out of the backfield, cover fast tight ends.
Mm-hmm.
He hits like a back truck.
Yep.
I mean, what's not to love about the guy?
Look, I was watching.
I think he's going to be really good.
I was watching some of the insiders talk about him, and I'm just giving you part of the equation that some people have these doubts, and I had some of it. But watching, and we're going to play some of this audio later, watching some of these insiders talk about what he brings to the table, I'm sold.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's going to have to deliver. I'm sold. Now, he's somebody who also improved in college. Here's what Adam Peters talked about it, because he wasn't playing linebacker at first.
When you talk about the improvement rate as a linebacker, were there some moments that you saw maybe some really big improvements that kind of convinced you like he's really taken off? This is a guy that can keep doing this in the NFL.
Yeah, I think it really in every kind of portion of the game, John. I think you see him playing in the box and using his hands and shedding blocks and reading blocks and then getting to the ball and playing like physical, like taking on guards, and it got better and better. And then as a blitzer, he got better. And I think he's just scratching the surface there, and he's going to be a great blitzer. And so all those things that come with changing positions, you saw it kind of come to life, and you saw it in the playoffs. I mean, he played against Indiana. His game against Indiana was incredible, and just made some big time plays in the Miami game as well. Indiana wasn't the playoffs, but you know everything about them. So,
I mean, Matt Miller, who does analysis for ESPN, comps him to Fred Warner. If you get a comp to Fred Warner,
it's pretty good.
That's a pretty solid comp.
Yeah.
And we know Adam Peters has experience with Warner from his San Francisco days, so I'm sure he saw some of that in Sonny Styles, hence why he made the pick.
Well, what they lacked on defense last year the most was speed and youth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They've infused the team defensively for their new defensive coordinator with speed and youth.
By the way, Frankie
Isn't that great?
Louvu is getting RAS score shamed by his new linebacker crew because Sonny Styles scored a 10. Leo Chanel scored a 9.9. Frankie Louvu, he's got a doo-doo RAS at 3.91. 3.91.
He may not be in the long-term plans.
That's entirely
That's
possible.
another reason, and we talked about that last night. It's another reason why they probably went to that position because who knows how long Louvu will be here.
So when they got to the 7th pick,
Yeah.
and you were a priority in your bed,
I was. I stayed up until after the Cowboys took downs.
what did
I
you think
recorded
they
the
were going
rest.
to do? Because as you mentioned, they're at 7.
Yep.
Uh,
I thought it was
Carnell Tate had been drafted, but Tyson was available, the next best receiver. You had Caleb Downs,
Mhm.
the safety available, and you had Sonny Styles. Did you think it was going to be Styles?
I knew it was going to be Sonny Styles once he was there at 7. Once the Chiefs picked Delane,
Yeah.
I knew that Roger Goodell was going to step to the podium and say Sonny Styles, Ohio State.
I was 50-50 on Styles and Downs. I didn't know. It was kind of a coin flip.
Again, Styles won out just because of his combine performance. His combine performance mixed with the tape sealed it for Adam Peters and his staff.
And we talked about
It
this.
vaulted him up their board.
We talked about the secondary last night, and we talked about the secondary throughout. I mean, they added Cross at safety.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that means they couldn't have drafted another safety. They certainly could have, but maybe they felt decent about that, whereas they feel like there was a greater need at linebacker and he'd have a bigger impact. Here's what Peter said about how they plan to use Sonny Styles on defense.
Given his versatility, kind of how do you guys envision using him?
yeah, I think that's one of the cool things because we have a really talented room, I think, and guys that are all very versatile. And we have a coaching staff that is really good about deploying those guys. And so, I mean, Sonny's a guy who can play off the ball. He can play on the ball. He can mug up and blitz. There's so many different things he can do. He can play Mike play Will, play Sam. All those different things. He's got the size to play on the edge, and so he's really versatile. And so we can kind of mix and match and deploy those guys and play as many linebackers as we can on the field. And I'm excited to see what the guys will do with Durante and DQ and Ken and those guys. Like they're gonna be able to get really creative.
Yeah, it will be interesting because most of the time last year they were seemingly just playing two linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they do
Now you can
have
play three.
edge rushers. But, yeah, now you can use some of those guys to basically rush on the edge.
I was just saying, because Styles can do a bunch of different things. You know what I mean? He's not just a linebacker.
He's a versatile guy. He's going to cover guys.
He can go out there on the edge and go after the quarterback.
Love it. I love the versatility he brings to the defense.
Yeah.
They're going to use him all over the place.
Yeah, I think Commanders fans are going to be very happy and excited, including Mr. Bickle.
He might need some winning over, but eventually he's probably going to come around.
Well, we're going to try and catch up with EB, who's en route to Utah for his daughter's volleyball tournament. But what he tweeted last night definitely upset the fan base. So he first tweeted, "We drafted a project." Then, this is an old school name, he tweeted Mike Mamula Jr., who was an Eagles draft choice that was a combine freak.
Right.
And he got drafted high because he had these ridiculous athletic scores, and then he didn't do anything in the pros.
EB is going to get the last laugh if Caleb Downs goes to Dallas and he's an 8-time Pro Bowler and turns around a putrid defense, and he's really good, and if Sonny Styles face plants here in D.C.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's going to happen. I think
they're both going to be really good.
Yeah, I don't think Sonny Styles is Jamin Davis part 2.
No, I don't either.
I don't think that's going to be the way it plays out for him, the way his story ends here in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm willing to give him a chance and see actually how good he is in this defense led by Dan Quinn and Durante Jones.
Yeah. And when Eric says when he was watching the highlights of Styles and he said nothing really jumped out, I just think that's preconceived because you already don't like him. When I was watching highlights from this past year, he's just making plays all over the field.
Right.
I mean, he is. He's making tackles. He's behind the line of scrimmage, getting pressure on the quarterback. He's deflecting balls. He's covering tight ends and running backs.
And
I mean, he's doing a ton.
More importantly, people that know way more about football and are paid way more to know more about football than everybody in this room.
Right. They don't believe he's a project.
Determined that Sonny Styles is a better player, at least for them and for their system, than Caleb Downs was.
Correct.
Both of those players were readily available to be selected.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that's the right pick because every guy who made a draft choice last night from every team knows more than us.
Yeah.
And yet they make mistakes all the time.
It's not perfect science. I've never said it is.
So just to use the argument that they know more than us, that doesn't mean they're right.
Doesn't mean they're right. But that brain trust, they spent months and months and millions of dollars researching these guys, and they determined that Styles is a better fit for them and a better player than Caleb Downs. So you have do you trust Adam Peters? Do you trust Adam Peters in the job he's doing?
Some people don't.
If you trust Adam Peters, then you have to trust in him making this selection.
Should we go to the phones real quick? Let's go out to line 2.
Yep.
I think it's Ben. Ben, you're on with the Junkies. What's up?
I think it's a good pick, and I think the biggest reason is we're seeing a big change in the NFL. You're taking a look at a lot of blurring between edges and linebackers and blurring between linebackers and secondary, and diverse players, or I should say versatile players, are a must. And it's like some stuff I just heard a little while ago that you said that they may have changed his style a little bit because at Ohio State he's a big fish in a big pond, and when he comes here he'll be a big fish in a not so big pond. So I think you'll see his numbers actually go up, and he shows he can learn. And I got one other thing to say real quick about yesterday. You do not want to take a private jet to OC. I've flown private jet for work between
well, it wouldn't be a private jet.
Langley, and you'll never get up to speed. It's still going to be a 40-minute trip because you never get up to speed and altitude. Get a tour bus, man. Live in luxury for the 120 miles.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
It's not going to be a private jet with 10 seats. It's going to be a legit jet with a plane with 150 seats.
Right. It's a big boy.
And like Drab said last night or yesterday on the show, it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah. It could be a pipe dream.
Yeah.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Talking about the Commanders taking Sonny Styles with the number 7 pick, the linebacker from Ohio State. You can vote on our poll of the day, our Surfside poll of the day at Junks Radio. When we come back, we'll go through the top 10 picks and react to who did really well and who surprised us here on the Junkies. Jason paid me my $1 because I bet the under 8:21 and 30 seconds for the first pick.
Mm-hmm.
Kudos to Roger Goodell and the NFL. There was a little pause at the beginning when they brought out every Steeler known to man.
Okay.
Well, they brought out Lynn Swan and Bettis.
That was later.
Oh, that was later. Okay, I'm sorry.
You think they're not going
Who'd
to
they
do the
bring
same
in?
thing next year here in DC?
I'm sure.
They're going to trot
I
out
can't
all
remember who he brought
legends.
out to start
Well,
the draft.
it was to start. There was T.J. Watt and there was Hayward,
Oh, okay.
and then they started bringing in like some old schoolers like Terry Bradshaw. Big Ben showed up on stage. There was about 7 or 8 guys that showed up on stage at that point, and then boom, they started the draft, and thankfully, a lot of teams didn't use their full 8 minutes, so we knew Fernando Mendoza was going to go number 1.
Right.
So the Raiders have their quarterback. They've got Kirk Cousins. They've got Fernando Mendoza. We'll see how long it takes for Mendoza to become the starter.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of suspect it's going to be a little bit later in the season. Like it could be, the Kansas
October,
City Chiefs model.
November.
Remember Patrick Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith most of the year.
Yeah.
If I'm the Raiders and I feel like he's ready, I'm throwing him out there week 1. I'm throwing him right into the fire.
I'm
See how
usually
he
like that,
reacts
but
to it.
I'm just you gave Kirk
Unless
Cousins.
you think he's not even close to
Right.
ready.
You gave Kirk Cousins a lot of money. He's the placeholder, so they draft Mendoza.
Look, if he clearly beats out Cousins in training camp,
Yeah.
that I agree with you. But the chances of Cousins just looking awful in training camp is probably 0.
Right.
I mean, he's going to look good. He's going to end up being the week 1 starter.
So the Jets had the number 2 pick, and they took David Bailey, not Arvell Reese. A lot of mock drafts had the Jets taking Arvell Reese. Bailey maybe had more production, sack numbers than Arvell Reese. So they got a
Yeah.
pass rusher. And then maybe the first surprise, like the first pop at Honor Brewing, was that 3rd pick when Jeremiah Love goes to the Cardinals.
Right, because a lot of people thought that he might fall to 7 for the Commanders to possibly select, but
Yeah.
And most mocks had him going 4 to the Titans.
right.
And when I was watching ESPN NFL Live during the day doing pre-draft coverage, all of their hosts were out there. Peter Schrager was out there. Orlovsky was out there. I can't remember Ryan Clark was out there. I don't know the girl's name. I think she's kind of Asian. That she's one of their NFL.
Mina Kimes?
Yeah,
Is
Mina
that you're
Kimes.
talking about?
Mina.
Okay.
And Mina Kimes, when they were talking about the Arizona Cardinals at 3,
Yeah.
was totally against drafting Love because she said they need to go out and improve their offensive line first because the offensive line was so bad. And Schrager and Orlovsky said, you got to go after the best player to get make your team better. So they were so pro Love, but they were going at it because she was anti Love at 3 and they were pro.
I feel like the
Jeremiah Love.
Cardinals need some offensive identity, and I think Love brings that to them.
I've also heard an argument against drafting the running back there based on salary.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you're number 3, you're slotted a certain amount of money. Like he's already going to be making like Saquon Barkley money.
Yeah. That's what happens when you get picked that high in the draft. It's infrequent that you see a running back go that high.
Yeah. So he goes number 3, and then another kind of maybe mild surprise because a lot of people thought the Titans, they want to give Cam Ward, who they drafted last year, number 1 overall, some weapons. And most people thought, well, that's the team that's going to select Jeremiah Love.
Yeah.
He wasn't available. They go wide receiver and go Carnell Tate.
I actually like that a lot because you want a good ecosystem for your young quarterback. And look what they did in the offseason. They signed Wan'Dale Robinson, and some people might be like, he's okay. But he catches like 80-some balls every year, like in the last 2 years. I think it might be higher than that. So that's another like security blanket guy. You add Carnell Tate. Calvin Ridley's still there. You wonder about his health at this point. But they need more young, productive players, and Carnell Tate fits that mold. I mean, it was a little surprising, but it's not a shocking pick.
If Love was available and had dropped to 4, I'm guessing they would have taken Love over Tate.
I would think.
Yeah.
So at number 5,
But I think it's a good pick.
Yeah.
the Giants, who also had the 10th pick, they look at the board, and all of a sudden, Arvell Reese, who a lot of people had as the potential number 2 pick, he's available. They go with Arvell Reese at 5. Were you surprised? They could have gone with any of the Ohio State defensive players. They could have gone Downs, could have gone Sonny Styles.
I just feel like that's tremendous value for the Giants for a guy who was widely mocked to be the 2nd or 3rd pick.
Yeah.
He falls to you at 5, and you add him to a defense that already has Thibodeau and Abdul
Burns,
Carter,
and Burns.
Brian Burns.
I mean, think about all the edge guys, studs that they have.
I mean, that's like a terrifying defense.
It really is.
Like if they,
So I think it's a good pick.
if they get it right on offense, that defense should be a really good compliment.
He's young. He's 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he was the youngest guy in the draft, but he's very young. They say he's much more mature for his age.
Mm-hmm.
He's athletic. He's going to be really good for them.
I mean, when he got past the Titans at 4, I was like, are the Commanders going to get Arvell Reese at 7? Like I started thinking about that.
Would you have preferred him over Sonny Styles?
I
don't know.
think it would have been close.
I would have just trusted Adam Peterson, who he had on the
either
board.
one. Like you'd be happy with either one of those studs if they fall to 7. Just turns out that it was Sonny Styles, but I never realistically expected Arvell Reese to make it to the 7 hole.
So Arvell Reese goes number 5. Then you have the first trade, and there were a bunch of trades.
I think there was 8
in the first round. The Kansas City Chiefs moved up, traded with the Cleveland Browns, and they took who at that point you're thinking maybe the Commanders are going to go Mansour Delane, but the Chiefs said, no, we're taking Mansour Delane.
Well, they traded McDuffie in the offseason to the
Rams.
Rams, so they had a glaring need at corner, and they felt Delane was the best guy. They only had to move up 3 spots to secure him. So I thought that made a lot of sense. It made sense for both the Chiefs and the Browns because the Browns were clearly in the market for a tackle, and they're watching the first round unfold. They're like, well, there's no offensive lineman going. We don't need to stick at 6 to get our guy. Get some extra draft capital, let the Chiefs move up, and the Browns still get their guy at 9.
It would have been interesting to see if they did take the trade up to take Styles.
Right.
If the Commanders would have taken Mansour there, or if they would have taken Downs.
Right.
Or Tyson. I don't know. One of those guys. But it would have been interesting to see if they would have jumped on Delane if he was available.
So at
and
7,
Styles wasn't.
The Commanders take Sonny Styles. At 8, Drab's guy from Arizona State, Jordan Tyson, goes to the Saints.
Hey, you know what? Drab kind of likes that. Drab loves the city of New Orleans, and now his guy, Jordan Tyson, playing for the Saints with, you know what? Tyler Shuck.
He's got some good receivers.
Kind of a surprising, emergence last year, and now you add another weapon to Chris Olave.
Yep.
I kind of like it.
Last year, the Raiders were my number 2 team.
Yeah.
Now
This
it's the
year's
Saints.
definitely the Saints
Yeah.
because also their head coach is Kellen Moore from my hometown.
That's true. That's a very good point.
That's nice.
Forgot about that connection, too.
He's from Spokane.
He's from Prosser, Washington, which
Prosser.
is right outside Richland, Washington, which is my hometown.
Ah, very good.
And Tyson was very emotional. Did you see when he
I think I was driving when he got picked. I didn't see his
All right, so he
response.
dropped to his knees walking down that corridor, that hallway,
yeah.
right? Puts on the hat. And then when he came out on the stage before he hugs Roger Goodell,
Yeah.
he was crying, and there was just a big thing of snot or
Oh,
something
no.
came out of his nose or his mouth.
Get a big snot bubble.
I don't know if it was snot, but
National
he
TV.
was crying,
Oh,
so he
man.
was just you know how when you get real emotional,
Sure.
everything rushes to your
Yeah,
head.
yeah.
And did you notice that, Drabby? He had a big glob of something came out of his nose. I'm thinking,
I just saw
Well,
the tears, but
yeah.
The terrifying guy.
And I'm thinking he's going to get that all over Goodell's suit.
I'm skipping some picks here. When Reuben Bain got selected, he looked like he wanted to murder everyone. Like his demeanor, and maybe that's unfair, but like he was just like businesslike.
He's an intimidating guy.
Well, he was hugging everybody in his family, and his family they did a bit where they were all wearing like the same outfit. I don't know if you guys noticed that,
I didn't
like
see
all
that.
the same sort of suit.
There was another play
the same
later where
color.
everybody wore white.
And it just shouted like us against the world mentality.
Yeah.
Like you saw how businesslike he was. Like when the guys would get their hats, they would do this with their hats and look in the camera. Bain just walked by, swiped the hat off of the little stand that it was sitting on, and then he went out and hugged Roger Goodell. Like he looked pissed that he fell
to
all the
15.
way down to 15 to Tampa. Like he expected to go top 10.
And
He
slipped
looks
to
like
15,
he's
yeah.
going to be a game wrecker.
I-
He looked super pissed and intense.
I
last night.
was surprised he slipped to 15. I would have bet that he would have gone inside the top.
Yeah,
15.
I would have thought Dallas might have taken him where Downs went.
Yeah.
Coming up later in the program, we're going to check in with Steve Zabin. We'll talk to Zabe at 7:25, get his take on what the Commanders did. Chris Russell, the Rooster, jumps on at 8:25. We're the Junkies. Keep it here on The Fan.
Ever see a rookie try to steal second base without checking on the pitcher? Yep, that usually doesn't end well for the runner. The same goes for investing. Making big financial decisions without a game plan, that is a rookie mistake. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping clients like you plan for retirement, lower investment costs, and optimize old 401ks. No guesswork, no gimmicks. Just a solid strategy built around your goals. Avoid the rookie mistakes. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600. Or visit trajanwealth.com. That's trajanwealth.com. When it comes to your future, you don't want to get thrown out at second base. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. Or visit trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
With the 7th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders selected Sonny Styles, a linebacker out of Ohio State. Styles offers terrific length, speed, and leadership, and he has a ton of versatility at linebacker. Last season, he only missed 2 tackles and is considered a very strong on-field communicator and leader. He made a big leap in his second season at linebacker for Ohio State after transferring from safety. The latter position has helped him in some route recognitions, but he will have to improve to see if he can handle one-on-one coverage against backs or tight ends. And the Nationals dropped their series finale with the Braves yesterday, 7-2. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. In 2026, we are celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. And that is presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com. Learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop and Johnny Cakes Allville, running the three-man show. EB is heading to Utah for a volleyball tournament. His daughter is a junior, and she is playing in Utah.
It's either that or he's escaping the angry mob of Commanders fans that he's upset by calling Sonny Styles a project on his Twitter.
Hey, I didn't understand that. Why?
He's got an anti-Sonny Styles bias.
No. I it's okay to have that opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's rooting against Sonny Styles or anti-Sonny Styles. I thought what he said was fair. Like he's kind of it's an upside play. You're betting on the come. You're hoping that he develops.
Yeah, but it's making it sound like he's not an accomplished person. He was an All-American at Ohio State. Like he's a legit player. Like there's a reason he went in the top 10.
I know Jamin Davis was an accomplished player as well.
Yeah, but he wasn't drafted nearly as high.
I know, but they still have the same kind of resume.
Look,
Valdez, he said last night, I watched hours of tape, every play of this guy. Couldn't tell who he was on the field. He made
Right.
no impact.
Right.
I don't know if he said he watched hours of play. We know
He did.
we know he didn't watch hours.
He
of
watched
play.
minutes. He watched minutes.
He watched minutes.
He watched the sizzle. He watched the sizzle
You know
reel.
who watched hours? Adam Peters. Okay, Adam Peters has watched hours and hours, probably thousands of hours of Sonny Styles film. Okay, he's watched the most Sonny Styles
Well, he
film.
also Adam Peters also watched hours of film of other guys he busted on.
Understood. And look, the Adam Peters' obsession with guys at relative athletic scores, maybe that's ultimately going to be his undoing if the plan doesn't work.
Mhm.
If this defense doesn't become like a top 10 or top 12 defense at some point, it has to drastically improve. You can't keep trotting out a defense that's ranked 30th or worse, or eventually you're going to get fired.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you've seen so many resources piled into free agency and the draft.
I understand that emotions are high on draft night because you have guys that you cling to.
Yeah.
And plus, in your mind, if you're a fan of the team, it's basically you're getting a free silly for your team.
Right.
But I didn't think it was that far out of left field or right field, whichever one it is, whatever the cliche is.
I just think he was adamant and vocal that it would be a terrible pick. And he wouldn't touch Sonny Styles. That's basically the impression I
The
got.
weird dynamic is EB is going to be entrenched in a position where he's rooting for the player, but if the player struggles at any point, he's going to do that. I told you so.
Yeah, and the other layer is
Caleb
he's
Downs.
heavily invested in Caleb Downs, who plays now for
Yes.
the Cowboys,
Yeah.
who are going to face the Commanders twice a year.
So
But look,
if
Mitchell doesn't know anything.
I know, but if Jaden throws a pick and it's Caleb Downs,
Yeah.
he's going to come in that next morning and go,
See?
we should have taken Caleb Downs. And
Right.
deep down, he's going to be happy it happened.
Yeah.
Right?
But look, Bickle doesn't know anything. None of us know anything. Let's hear from some of the experts, guys who played in the NFL. We have Baldy on throughout the years, one of the best insiders, I think, in the game because he does watch hours of film.
Exactly.
And he breaks it down at Baldy NFL. Here's what Brian Baldinger, former NFL player, NFL analyst, says about the pick.
Let's watch Sonny Styles here, the newest Washington Commander. Boom. Get off the block right here and make the play, all right? No tackle is going to be able to stop him. He's going to shed the block. But he is a true Mike linebacker. Here they are in their 5-man front at Ohio State. You ask him anything that you need him to do right here. All right, take on the guard. All right, take on the guard, stuff him, and then make the play. I mean, physical at the point of attack. He believes in stepping up and cleaning it up. All right, now, Bobby Wagner moved on in Washington. Here comes Sonny Styles, the new Mike. Will probably play next to Frankie Louvu in the middle. But they've added pass rushers to Washington. Here he is, just finding the opening and then taking the opening and making the play. Tackle for loss. Washington could use a few more of those than they had a year ago.
So that's Brian Baldinger. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, checking our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside. 48% say they love the pick. 39% like it.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of negative, and it's not even really negative, 12% are meh, like kind of undecided.
So what?
And then 1% hate it.
Oh, I need to go vote. I need to throw some
You want to go
sauce on
love
the
it?
Of course I'm going to love it. Of course I'm going to love it. Think I'm going to put a mat or just like it?
1-800-636-1067.
And look, at the end of the day, in the year 3 or year 4, however long Sonny Styles is here, the guys like Eric Bickle might be right. But I don't think he's going to be. He might not be a superstar, Hall of Fame level, but I don't think he's going to be a bust.
Do you want to hear from a superstar who currently plays in the league?
Yeah.
This is what Micah Parsons said about the pick.
Micah Parsons, Dan Quinn.
Hey, I think this pick makes the most sense knowing Dan Quinn. He loves a fast, ferocious linebacker, and I think this is why the Chiefs traded up. They needed to take Delane from Washington. Washington was probably going to take Delane if Sonny was still there. Even if that's why they traded up. Washington's biggest need has been a corner. They traded for the guy from the Saints.
Marshawn Lattimore.
Marshawn Lattimore didn't pan out. Nope. This is why the Chiefs traded up, and Sonny just makes the most sense at this pick. You know, Dan Quinn, I think, they had Bobby Wagner over the last couple of years, but they needed somebody fast. The division they're in with Saquon, I think he can develop into a serious linebacker. A serious linebacker is just about how is Dan Quinn going to use him. What's he going to do? Is he going to be more of a cover guy? Is he going to be more downhill? Because they got Louvu too. So Louvu and him is going to be a great tandem. It's going to be very interesting to see how this guy pans out.
Is he basically saying that if Mansour, Delane, and Styles were there, that Peters is going to take Delane?
That's his speculation.
That's what he's saying. I mean,
I think it's possible.
I don't know. We have no idea.
I believe Sonny Styles was the highest ranked player still left on their board, if not the number 1 ranked player on their board, and they were thrilled to have him at 7.
Well, unless Kansas City thought that the Saints were going to take Delane at 8. Maybe they thought and knew that the Commanders were targeting Delane.
Sure.
That's why they jumped 1 spot ahead.
Yep. They felt like they had to be at 6 to get the guy.
I mean, we have no idea, but it's possible.
1-800-636-1067. Let's mix in some phone calls. Want to hear from you. And you know what? EB's not here. You should play the music, Cakes. Commanders fans, I know from the reaction at Honor Brewing, they seem to love the pick of Sonny Styles. There was a pop. And I don't know if the pop would have been as loud if it was Caleb Downs or if it was Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it would have been. It's exciting.
I would bet it would pop no matter who they selected. That would be my theory.
So you didn't think it was a special pop?
I didn't think it was.
You were there.
I didn't think it was a special pop. I think they could have taken anyone and it would have popped. People just get people get sized for free sillies. On your team. That's my mantra about the draft.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of truth to that.
Yep.
Especially if they play at Ohio State.
You get some young, fresh blood on your roster.
Look, I
excited.
talked to like 10 to 15 people right after the pick.
Yeah.
And only 1 or 2 were hesitant on the Sonny Styles, and they all thought I wanted Caleb Downs.
Right.
Yeah. That was kind of the counter.
Right.
Did you talk to Eric Bickle right after the
No,
pick?
he was gone.
All right, let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Kevin in Alexandria. What's up, Kevin? You're on with the Junks.
Hey guys, first of all, congratulations on 30. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Thank you, buddy.
And I think you're all missing the boat on EB. Just because he ranked number 1 in the recruiting staff of the front office of the Junkies, he's a little full of himself right now, so he's just got to slow his roll.
Is that what it is?
He didn't even know who he had picked. Let's be real.
Yeah, he just needs to slow his roll. Anyway, I'm very excited about this guy because you get 5 things with this guy. He's a converted safety, so hopefully he's got good hands. He's tough enough to shed blocks, but also he's got the speed to take out wheel routes and the flat and the short side of the field, so tight ends and running backs. And also, all the quarterbacks that run, he's got the speed enough to really catch them. So,
no doubt.
He's very versatile. I hope he grows into it. And the biggest thing is that as the Commanders, we never had to prepare. The guys never had to look for a player on defense to prepare for him. They need to watch out for this guy. They need to turn him loose, let him do his thing. I hope he grows into like an LeVar Arrington type deal where he shuts down the team. But you get a lot of good stuff with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate your call.
Thanks, Kevin.
I mean, the key, Cakes has brought up the athletic score thing. The key one is speed. This is a team that lacks speed on defense. And if you and youth, and basically every move from giving Owe $100 million to bringing in Chanel to drafting Styles, it's adding speed on defense.
Styles is 6'5", 245, and he runs a 4.4 640.
Yeah.
Like, that's a blazing fast number.
And he's got a crazy vert.
Yeah.
He's just an athlete who is talented and can play multiple positions and is coachable. All those things, and his dad was a stud.
Mm-hmm.
All those things matter.
His brother's a stud.
Yeah. All those things matter.
Here was one of the tweets that talked kind of about his athleticism and gives you an idea of the freak athlete he is. He's the same height as Calvin Johnson. He ran the same 40 time as Bijan Robinson. He's 8 pounds lighter than Derrick Henry.
Right.
He's basically Derrick Henry's size, and he had the same broad jump as Julio Jones. Those are all freak athletes.
He's a
and
super
similar.
freak.
Yep.
Matt, do we have anybody else on the from the media?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We can go through it. You want to hear?
Yeah. Let's hear the next guy.
Okay.
And who it is.
Earlier played safety his first 2 seasons in Columbus, switched to linebacker, just got better and better at 174 tackles in 2 years, 7 sacks, and an interception. First team All-American last season.
He's another guy whose career is just on a rocket ride right now, Greeny, as far as his development. Very similar to Arvell Reese, and you're going to see it here, the things that he can do. His football instinct and his football IQ when it comes to playing linebacker, having been a former safety, are just continuing to improve, getting pre-snap tells so that he can play downhill, key and diagnose, make PFLs like that. That's exactly what you want. A guy who's a former safety, how is he going to be able to play at the line of scrimmage as far as setting blocks and still being able to be productive at the point of attack? You see it there. He's getting better at that. His lateral agility, when you have a guy who's this big and covers this much ground, that's going to be no problem for him. He's going to chase ball carriers down all over the field. And then his recognition and his reaction, his ability to transition in man or zone coverage. Again, the safety background comes into play. That's something he's going to excel at on third down once he gets to the league. Who's another guy who made this transition? The great Hall of Famer Brian Urlacher.
Yeah, that was Louis Riddick from ESPN.
I mean, how great is it that now you're not going to have to worry about Bobby Wagner getting dusted by either a back or a tight end running like out in the flat or something underneath. Like Sonny Styles is going to diagnose that and sniff it out.
Yeah.
And shut it down.
I mean, look, he's going to be a rookie, so he's going to make rookie mistakes.
Right.
But he's also going to probably wow you, certainly a lot more than Bobby Wagner did because Bobby Wagner was past his prime. But he's going to wow you with his athleticism, versatility, playing different positions, doing different things, getting out in coverage, getting after the quarterback, tackles for loss.
Let's go to.
I think he's gonna. Commanders fans are gonna love him.
Let's go to Kevin in Clinton. See what he thought about the Sonny Styles pick last night. Kevin, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
What's
Long
up?
time no hear.
What's up,
What's
Kevin?
going on, kids? I love you, man. I just want to say, man, rest in peace, my daughter who passed away 2 months ago. But I don't want to talk about that. Just want to give prayers to my daughter.
Wow.
Cakes, I really didn't like the pick, man. I really didn't.
What don't you like about it? What don't you like about the pick at 7?
I wanted love, even though he wasn't there. And look, I was at a draft party out FedEx Field, and the sales went out to so like you can hear pins drop up in there. Everybody was like, they couldn't believe, that the Cardinals did that. But I just got to roll with it. But I wanted them to go with Lemon. Give Jaden Daniels some help, man. It's like they have not gave him really no help, man. To me, the defense is fixed, man. They really did not need no linebacker. If that, they should have went with the wide receiver, man.
Well, what about this thought? What about this
That
thought?
could be coming today.
Kevin, is
Thanks,
that
Kevin.
is Cakes brought this up yesterday? There's still guys available like Stephon Diggs. We've talked a lot about Juwan Jennings,
like Debo.
Debo Samuel still
hasn't been
available.
re-signed.
Well, I can see why Commanders fans would want to go younger,
Right.
and not go for a 7-8 year vet.
Yeah,
I can understand that. 10-year vet.
And what I was saying yesterday, and we've talked about it, is the receiving core right now is very similar to what it was 2 years ago when they had a prolific offense. 2 years ago, you had Noah Brown, Oz, Zacchaeus, and you had De'Ami Brown contributing with Terry McLaurin. Well, they brought De'Ami back.
Right.
Still have McCaffrey. Got Jalen Lane. Brought in Van Jefferson. It's a number one guy clearly in Terry McLaurin, and the rest of the guys are probably just going to fill roles.
Well, and they could add a guy in the third round tonight at receiver.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if they target a
I wouldn't
receiver.
be shocked
I mean,
by
it's a
that at
pretty
all.
deep receiver class for this year, and I think you're going to see some really good receivers go in the second, third round.
Coming up next, we're going to check in with our pal Steve Zabin, host right here on 106.7 The Fan. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Been talking NFL draft, Odyssey Sports draft coverage presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. You must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. And draft coverage also brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. All right, let's check in with our pal Steve Zabin, see what he thinks about what the Commanders did at number 7. Zabin, are you with EB, who believes that Sonny Styles is a project?
I saw that from EB, and I was like, wait, what? Where did this come from? I guess you guys had on somebody who pretty much said project this past week. Is that where it came from?
I don't know if it came from. We did have one guy, Daniel Kelly, first-round mock, who's very controversial. He thinks Caleb Williams is a bust. He's got a long got a long lines of controversial takes.
Daniel Kelly thought that Spencer Rattler was the best quarterback of the class 2 years ago,
and he thought Carson Beck was the best quarterback in this one.
He's got some wild takes.
He's got wild takes.
I don't think he thought Kelly was a project, but Eric has a couple of friends who are big Buckeye fans.
Yeah, they're in his brain, I guess.
And they told him, Reese and Styles, they could be good, but they're projects. So that's why he says that.
Okay, yeah. Well, as soon as I saw that from Steak King, I dove into the comments because I had to be like, okay, I'm in the comments section. What's going on here? And that's where I sort of sussed out that there was a guest you guys had that turned him off on Styles.
I think there was some of that. There was some of that. Now, EB claims that he watched highlights. Let's be real. We know he didn't watch
full game. Claim it was tape, though?
He said that Sonny Styles looks like a basketball player.
Well, I was stunned at 6'5". When they showed him at 6'5", I was like, damn, that's tall.
He's a big dude.
But that's okay. I feel like that's okay to have like a different perspective and a hybrid type of player that is still kind of learning his craft at linebacker after starting out as a safety. Like I'm cool with it. And
he to me, he looks like a great football player. And if the Commanders somehow missed on him, there was a bunch of other teams that were also lining up to miss on him.
Yeah.
So I'm perfectly fine with the pick. The Bain thing is interesting because I thought he plummeted just a little bit. I don't know why that is. Or the mocks were just totally wrong on him because I don't think anyone had Bain lasting to, what did he last, 14, 15?
Went 15 to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Zabe, I heard you, as I was driving into Honor, I heard you do your pick for Grant and Danny, and you said the Commanders are going to take Reuben Bain. Was that because you just thought that they liked Bain, or was that because you like Bain?
That was just showbiz. I said to Darius, I go, look, somebody's got a rep for Bain. I don't think they're going to take him. But I also am not smart enough to know who they might actually pick because I was expecting perhaps a bit of a wild card pick. I was prepared for a wide receiver. I was prepared for, the kid who went to Tennessee. Thank God he went early because I just don't think he's that good. Like the best wide receiver is coming out next year for Ohio State, so why spend on this year's best Ohio State guy?
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I felt like there was a lot of smoke around Carnell Tate possibly being the pick at 7. I just feel like this wide receiver group in 2026, there aren't any huge difference makers. There's no Justin Jeffersons here. There's no Jamar Chases in this class. Like I feel like you're overpaying, especially if you're Tennessee, like at 4. I understand why they did it because they want to provide a weapon for Cam Ward, but I just feel like this entire class, there's a lot of wide receivers. There's not a lot of potentially great wide receivers.
Yeah. So there's a couple wrinkles early, and, Reese falls to the Giants. I'm not thrilled about that. But, the Commanders had their pick. I'm like, all right, cool. They got Styles and Bain to choose from. Pick one. It's Wagyu filet or it's Chilean sea bass, whatever you like. Well, the sea bass wasn't very popular in Bain because he dropped all the way to 14. And I don't know, is it short arms? Is it that late breaking story that everyone says, well, the scouts knew about this car accident that unfortunately, claimed the life of a young woman in the back. So what are you getting all upset about it? Like they know about this already. Something or the mocks were just off on him. I hope for the Commander's sake that Bain doesn't look in the pros like he did in college, because in college he was a one-man game wrecker.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. True.
You think if the Chiefs hadn't moved up to take Delane and the Commanders had a choice of Delane or Styles, they would have stuck with Styles, or do you think they might have gone with the corner?
I mean, I think Delane was definitely in the mix. What's interesting is there's a number of theories now emerging about who should you take high in the draft based on what they cost to purchase via free agency.
Yeah.
And that when you take a running back as high as the Cardinals took Love, you are paying a super premium because free agent running backs don't cost nearly as much.
Yeah.
But they're committed to now Love for like $50 million. Corners are another position that cost more theoretically when you draft them high. So I wouldn't have hated the pick. I just feel like they need instant chaos in the trenches more than they need a guy who can cover, because even the best corners can't cover for more than 4 seconds. So if nobody's getting home in 4 seconds, your best corners are still going to be chasing somebody.
Zabe, you mentioned how you hate the fact that Arvell Reese fell into the Giants' lap at 5, and I feel like they got another really good player in Francis. I didn't know this is how you pronounce his name. I thought it was Mauigoa up until yesterday. Apparently it's Maui Noah. So he falls all the way to 10. I feel like those are 2 really good building blocks for the Giants in year 1 for Harbaugh.
Yeah, not going to lie. I saw their draft. I go, damn, Giants, I think, did well. And then I said, but they're the Giants, though. So I'm going to rest more easy on that fact. I do love when there's a run on Samoans. It's always like, okay, we got to get a Samoan. Just get the best Samoan available.
Yeah,
and I love the culture too. I love the big families. I love it whenever, like, the bigger the dude is that's balling. I love that. The big dudes balling on draft night always gets me. I'm a sucker for that.
So what position did you think the Commanders needed at 7, as opposed to the
anything
player?
Defense. My theory, at least my take, was you don't have the luxury to take a wide receiver or Jeremiah Love, which they didn't have a chance to, thank God. You don't have that luxury. You don't. Like, did you not watch the defense last year? And I don't like the whole trade down to get cute, more picks, could have had him here. This guy's just as good. The best players all live in that top 10 to 12 in the NFL, and they need at least one best player. So take the best defensive player you can, and it looks like Peters and company did. So I think it was good.
How much do you think the defense can jump this season?
I think they can jump a lot. They're a lot younger, a lot faster. This RAS score, the relative athletic score.
Yep.
I think that's what they call it. The number on that for Styles, as you guys know, was like pegged almost at 100.
It was a perfect 10. The highest linebacker ever recorded.
Yeah.
Yes, and then they said that Leo Chenal, who once jumped up from a standing stop onto a parade bus, is also nearly peaking on RAS.
9.9. He's right there.
So they're younger.
Yeah.
They're faster. They got guys on defense. I think now with this pick, Peters and company has successfully triaged the defense. But triaging the patient is only the first step, because sometimes it still isn't right after that. So what could they jump? I think they could jump, 15 spots. And if they could just get somewhere in the middle of the pack on defense, it'll feel so glorious because it'll be an actual functioning defense.
Yeah.
So what do you want them to do at wide receiver? Because a lot of people thought, hey, you got the number 7 pick. They should probably fill that number 2 spot. What I've said is right now, currently, the receiving core is similar to what it was 2 years ago when they had a prolific offense.
I say no. You're going to have to go hungry on wide receiver. You're going to have to take day 3 picks at best or some undrafted free agents. Hope somebody pops. Look, you got McLaurin. Let's assume health on him. That's not chopped liver right there. That's a really good wide receiver. You're going to have to figure out a way to make it work with what you got, because I just don't know if you in theory, you want more weapons. But the best weapons are going to be taken by the time they get a chance to turn around and address wide receiver. And I want no part of Brandon Ayuk. I don't know where you guys stand on that.
What about bringing Debo back?
I feel like the moment has passed. It's weird because he was so productive, right? So you're saying to yourself, well, he was very productive. Why not bring him back? I think he was productive in a way in which didn't really tilt outcome of games.
Well, he had a backup quarterback throwing to him too for 9 games.
That's a very good point. I don't know
if Jaden throws to him for 17 games, his production numbers go up.
You should.
And the threat of Jaden running.
Yeah.
Does Debo still turn defenses inside out like he did in his prime?
Probably not.
No, he's not in his prime anymore. But
right.
Zabe, I'm okay with them signing a Band-Aid like Stephon Diggs, or if they could just wait out Jawan Jennings, he's still available. Like there are
Yeah, no,
options.
I'd be much more into Jennings.
Yeah,
like,
he's younger too.
Yeah. Come on, Alert, you're the Niner guy. Would you endorse Jennings?
No, I like Jennings. I mean, he's he's not an athlete. He's not the athlete that some of these guys are. But
Right.
yeah, he's good. He's got good hands. Taller guy. But I think they're going to go receiver in the third round. What if they don't go receiver in the third round and they go corner or they go safety?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
If they keep going defense, I'm okay with it until deeper into their selection of picks.
Yeah,
it would be my opinion on that. But just one man's opinion. Did you like the pace of the? Yeah,
I did love the pace of it. Well, I was going to say,
how quick it was. Yeah, it was brilliant to go. Brilliant to go from 10 to 8 minutes in the.
It was a 3-hour show,
Yeah,
and
perfect.
many of us were like, "Okay, I can actually watch this."
One thing that we do know from their free agency ventures is they initially targeted Tyler Linderbaum, then they were out on him, so they wanted to upgrade at center, and they made a push for a couple of receivers that they didn't get. So, yes, they could go all defense, but at some point they wanted to address a couple of offensive spots.
Right. Yeah. The instinct is there, and I concur with the sentiment that in today's NFL, you can never have too many weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a weapons league, and so I'm not against the theory. It's more of a matter of, do you have that luxury? And until the defense gets at least 15 clicks better in terms of where they rank, I still want to address that side of the ball.
I mean, if they got 15 clicks better, they'd be really good.
Yeah, but they'd be middle of the pack.
But I'm saying, as a team,
is that too much?
As a team, I would, if Jaden stays healthy, if they go up 15 spots defensively, they're going to have a good year.
They should be a playoff team if Jaden stays healthy.
Correct.
So I got a question for you guys about this purported 330,000 people last night. Obviously, it was packed.
Mm-hmm.
Where do they come up with that number? Like, I'm sitting there staring at it thinking, all right, Heinz Field holds how many? 60, 65?
Yeah.
You're telling me that there's 6 times the amount of people, close to 6 times the amount of people?
I mean, it looked like 1 million people.
It did look like 1 million, but I'm just sort of like,
I have no idea how to get the numbers.
And then I'm thinking about next year when it's here.
Yeah.
How many people do we have to bring to this thing to not get the, oh, yeah, I guess DC's not a football town?
Is the 300
at least 500,000?
That's probably the right number, Cakes. Like if we don't pop half a million,
gotta go big, Zabe. You gotta be big.
Yeah, especially because it's on the mall, for God's sakes.
Is the 330,000 from last night? Were they saying that was a lower number than they expected?
No. It's a new record.
Oh, it's a new record.
They claimed it was a new record.
Zabe, you're probably right.
I would have thought
make
that
it up.
some of these other cities had more than that. It looked more than that anyway.
Well, Nashville
looked ridiculous.
Well, Nashville ruined a lot of bachelorette parties. I know that much, but I don't know if it was big enough to have as much as that. The NFL's getting more sort of sophisticated with where they stage it with that giant shell for the stage inside. And, Green Bay turned out, big last year, but it's still the state of Wisconsin, so there wasn't as many people you could get there as Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh killed it. I mean, this thing is just, it's so funny because I look at it and I shake my head and I go, you can't hear or see anything when you're standing out there, right?
Zabe, people love listening to you. When can they listen to you next? I know you're often on Sports Sundays.
I'll be on Sports Sunday 10 to 1, and then I'm filling in for BMitch, who I'm sure is on some fabulous golf junket next week. So I'll be with JP Tuesday through Friday.
Very good.
Oh, good. We'll see you here.
And congratulations on the proclamation from the mayor. That's awesome. To survive 30 years in this absolute snake pit of a business is no small feat. And now you've got that. Did it come with free parking though anywhere in Chinatown?
No,
in a
free
6-block
parking.
radius.
I did want to ask her if we could get like parking or like ticket amnesty, but
diplomatic,
Right, like you would
diplomatic
have
plates.
thought.
Oh,
Yeah, a couple ticket amnesties would have been nice.
Diplomatic plates, Valdez. That's next level thinking.
Zabe, it came with nothing other than a frame.
It came with the honor and the privilege of such a recognition. Okay. All
Zabe,
right,
good stuff.
Have a good weekend, bud.
Talk to you soon, man.
Steve Zabin, you can listen to him on Sunday, Sports Sunday right here on 106.7 The Fan, and then he's going to be filling in for BMitch next week. Always love talking to him. Chris Russell, the Rooster, is going to join us coming up at 8:25 as we talk NFL Draft. Let's switch gears, and let's start focusing on day 2. What do you want the Commanders to do? We'll take your calls, too. You can call us at 1-800-636-1067. They don't have a second-round pick, but they'll have a third-rounder. Do you go receiver? What do you want the Commanders to do? We'll take your calls next here on The Junkies.
It's your boy Bish. This week at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. It's the Cobra fitting and bonus trade-in event. The new Cobra Optum line achieves incredible ball speeds, reduced side spin, and exceptional forgiveness. Take advantage of the 50% bonus trade-in towards your new Cobra purchase. You can swing into Golfdom or book your fitting online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982. Home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom. Get there.
right, so we drafted the NFL Draft Insiders a couple days ago to see who would have the most accurate mock draft. And I believe we have most of the results. I think I might be DQ'd because my guy, Charlie Campbell, the first overall pick, we can't find his second to last mock draft. We can't find it. It's disappeared off the internet.
Did you find mine? Did you find Pete
I
Prisco's?
think we found everybody's but mine. So I'm, I guess, excluded
you did
from
find
the
Pete
contest.
Yeah, Cakes is somehow excluded because Charlie Campbell saved over his previous mock draft on his URL, and so it's gone forever.
It's gone. It's just,
so
it's
Cakes is out,
disappeared.
but he still owes $10 for being a dummy.
I still hold on.
Yes.
Hold on. How do I still owe money if my guy's draft isn't in the mix?
Yes, it's like a withdrawal from a golf tournament.
I got DQ'd.
Yeah, you got DQ'd. Yeah,
That's what you get
I got
for going with Walter Football.
Well, I mean, you could always
he
contact the guy. Can't you
contact him?
Well, maybe they can.
He doesn't know
No,
me.
he doesn't have it at time of grading.
Oh,
Late
okay.
assignment.
I mean,
All right, so
Hindsight, Cake should have been able to print out
at the time.
I'm gonna print it out.
I printed out mine.
I didn't do it. I didn't print mine out either. I mean, I just
10
assumed it was going to be findable.
I owe $10 for this fiasco now.
Pay that man his
bleeding
money.
cash
All right,
over here.
who's doing well? Who are the scores?
Um,
and give us the scoring up. You know, the per pick scoring.
I'll try. I'll list some of these.
Did we settle in on how many picks you're grading? Is it to pick 16?
Yeah, we were doing them all.
No, we went 1 through 16. We clarified that. You got 1 point for the slot. You got 1 point for the correct team, and you got 4 points if you nailed the Commander's pick.
That's big ones.
I
Huge
don't
swing
think
there.
Nobody got the Commander's pick right. Nobody picked a draft insider.
Well, you know what? Here's what I do remember. My guy Charlie Campbell did have Sonny Styles.
You better find that mock draft.
You gotta find the mock. I need to start digging.
Okay, I'll give you an hour extension.
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
find-
Until 8:48.
To find that mock draft.
I'm gonna do a deep dive on the web.
right.
I'm going in a dark web if I have to.
He's going to be like, yeah, Charlie Campbell also had the Chiefs trading up for Delane.
No, I didn't have that, but he did. I did remember that I looked at his draft, and I liked the fact that he had Sonny Styles 7 to the Commanders. Now I need to find it.
All right, so 1 to
All right,
16.
Hold on. If I grab the audio and he says Sonny Styles, he has Sonny Styles, and he goes through like his top 10.
Yeah.
Does that count, or
Yeah, I
does
think
not,
so.
or does?
Yeah, but we
you
didn't
need
go
to
through
see
the
it.
top 10.
I don't recall doing that, but if you find it, I'm sized. I'm ready for it. I'm here for it all day.
So who were selected? You took the guy from Walter Football. I took Todd McShay. Jason took Pete Prisco.
Yep.
I want to say
I took Brett Coleman. He's part of the All 32.
Right.
He goes on Mina Kimes' podcast, War Room.
Yeah, I want to say somebody took
Draft
Kuiper,
expert.
right?
Yeah, I think Eric took Kuiper.
Drab took Kuiper.
Oh, sorry,
Drab
Drab took
took
Kuiper. Oh, Eric took Sal Palantonio's
Oh,
cousin.
Charlie or something.
Yeah, who ended up
Not
direct messaging us, not related.
That's butt funny.
All right, well, I can't go through every pick of everybody.
Sure.
So here's who is not in contention.
Mm-hmm.
Drab T-shirt.
Okay.
I got 8 points.
Mhm.
Did fine.
So Kuiper struggled.
Kuiper struggled. Bish also got 8 points. He did fine, but he's not winning.
Prisco struggled.
And Palantonio also got
Struggled.
not great.
Okay.
4 points.
All right.
All right. Somebody's below that.
All right.
And Cakes is ineligible right now, so that leaves
It's an incomplete.
Valdez, JP, and Marr left as the contenders.
Okay.
Matt Valdez had an absolutely embarrassing performance.
Oh, really?
I think he got a total of 3 points, and 2 of those points came from Fernando Mendoza going to the Raiders.
Go to the Raiders.
Yeah. Brett Coleman, not all 32, should be no 32 because they got no picks right.
Oh, wow.
He got 1 other point somewhere for maybe a slotted pick somewhere. But
So it's either me or Marr, and
Yes.
Marr wanted to take Diana Rossini. But I can't remember who he ended up going
he
with.
didn't have a mock draft.
She had a
I
wild
know.
run
I'm
last
just
night.
saying he
said
wanted to
something
go
about
with
it.
Diana Rossini.
Who did Mark go with?
Peter Schrager.
Oh, that's right.
All right, so 2 titans of the industry are left in this between McShay and Peter Schrager.
Oh, I thought you meant me and Mike.
No, those are 2 losers.
Yeah.
All right, the winner of so far until 8:48 Cakes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm going to find it. Running into roadblocks
the
here.
Junkies Draft Insider one and done most likely contest. Everybody reach into your wallet and pay John Paul Flame.
Todd McShay came up
11
big.
points.
How many points?
He got 11 points. JP was like nickel and diming this thing all the way to the end.
Uh-huh.
He got Fernando Mendoza right. He got Bailey right. And then he went on a cold streak. But then he got Magoa to the Giants at 10.
Mm-hmm.
He got 1 point for Caleb Downs to the Cowboys. And then he got Ty Simpson to the Rams, the
No
only one
way.
who got that at 13. And then he got Vega One to the Ravens at 14.
Impressive.
He cleaned
Again,
up late.
I didn't do that. Todd McShay
Well,
did that.
You did. You and McShay figured it out.
Wow.
So $10 to JP Flame.
Unless Cakes finds this
Yeah.
mythical
This
draft.
I'm sending out
Actually,
the bat signal on Twitter right now.
I think this contest is invalid. No payments. All payments are void because Cakes couldn't submit his his deep.
Well, I'll let you argue with JP for that.
Hey, I still have like 55 minutes to try to get access to
You
this
ain't going to
draft.
find it.
I'm grasping.
All right, so I owe you 10.
How many points does he need to beat me if he's able to find it?
Well, he would need 12 total points or 11 to tie.
So he gets 4 if he got Sonny Styles.
And I'm guessing he got Mendoza.
I think he says he got
So
the top
that's
3.
6. So he really only needs 5 more to tie, to split the pie.
Yeah, but there were so many surprises after 3.
All
It'd be
right.
hard,
You know
for,
if he-
it'd be
you know if
hard to hit him to get 12 points out of that.
You know if they had Bailey number 2, Cakes?
I think
he had Bailey 2, and I think he had
Reese 3.
Hey, I'm too busy sending out my emergency tweet at this point. Hopefully, some people are going to help me.
Oh, okay.
Get some help from the interwebs.
All right.
Get my hands on that second to last Charlie Campbell mock draft.
All right, and again, we don't need Charlie Campbell's mock draft from yesterday. We need it from like 3 days ago.
I'm being very explicit in my tweet.
What was the website
Explicit or specific?
Both. whatever gets the job done, JP.
All right, coming up next, we said we wanted to get into what the Commanders are going to do tonight. We want to hear from you. Play the music, Cakes. Commanders got Sonny Styles with a first-round pick. Right now, they only have a third-round pick, don't have a second-round pick. Day 2 of the NFL Draft tonight. What do you want the Commanders to do? Wide receiver? Stay on defense? We'll take your calls next at 1-800-636-1067. Junkies talking NFL Draft.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Washington Commanders picked Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles with the number 7 selection in the first round of the NFL Draft. Styles is a versatile and fast linebacker considered an elite tackler who can also cover both sides of the field, giving a rebuilding defense a quick and aggressive playmaker. And the Nationals yesterday, J.R. Ritchie allowed a home run to James Wood on his very first major league pitch, but then he rebounded to allow just one more run over 7 innings and led the Braves to beat the Nationals 7-2 for a series victory. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, and JP today. EB in Utah for a volleyball tournament. We may check in with him a little bit later. He wasn't a fan of the Sonny Styles pick. He was heavily invested in Caleb Downs stock.
That is true, but Sonny Styles is a Commander now. He should be a Sonny Styles
He
fan.
should be.
He should throw his support behind Sonny
And
Styles.
the first time Sonny Styles has a big sack, he's going to tell you to play the music, Cakes.
Of course he is.
He's going to be fired up.
Of course he is.
But the first time he has a dud, he's going to go to the "I told you so" well.
We should make some sort of law or an edict that he's not allowed to root for Caleb Downs to have a successful career for the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. We should just put it out there. Like he should have to put $10 in a jar every time he throws support behind Caleb Downs.
I will say during the break,
Caleb Downs is the enemy.
You know, earlier we played some audio of Micah Parsons hyping up the selection of Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
So Micah Parsons was doing some sort of show with Malik Neighbors there. And Malik Neighbors was asked about Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
And he goes, he's good.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, now I got to play against him. He's good. He repeated it like 4 times.
Play
He just
against
said,
him twice a year.
he's good.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's like, he's good.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
Well,
raving
we
about
all
Caleb
knew he
Downs.
was good. I think Commanders fans would have loved Caleb Downs as that pick.
Well, you know who else is good?
But
Sonny Styles.
Sonny Styles is good, too.
You know who loves Sonny Styles more than they love Caleb Downs?
AP.
The Commander's Brain Trust.
I think I
Selected
know.
at 7.
I think I know why EB kept. He told us his boy Dane, who gave him some intel on Sonny Styles. But I think when EB watched highlights, he just watched the wrong reel.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a site which has all of Sonny Styles dunks. He might have watched his basketball highlights. That's why he said
maybe that's
he's a
possible.
basketball player.
Could be the case.
All right, but we know Sonny Styles was selected with the first round pick. Now we turn to day 2. What do you want the Commanders to do? 1-800-636-1067. Cakes. You are Cakes
This is
Peters.
easy. This is easy.
We're going to say the same thing.
Wide out. They
Yeah.
need to focus on wide out with pick number 71.
And I think you can get a good wideout in the third round.
Yeah, I mean, the best available players still remaining at the wideout spot. This guy's not going to last to 71.
Denzel,
Boston out of Washington. Their top 5 are Zachariah Branch out of Georgia. Chris, is it Brazel or Brazel out of Tennessee?
Tennessee, right.
He's got a few character concerns, but
Well, Zach Branch got arrested after the spring game.
I know. I saw that. Jeremy Bernard out of Alabama and Antonio Williams out of Clemson.
I like
Your
Williams.
Top 5,
I like
at
Williams.
least according to ESPN.
You got Malachi Fields. I mean, I don't know. Some of those guys might go second round. I think 5 receivers were picked in the first round. So there might be a run on that next tier of receivers in the second. But I think, it's pretty deep.
Let me give you 2 names here that Adam Peters might be smitten with because he loves the RAS.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Caldwell out of Cincinnati, who scored a 9.99, the same score as Leo Chenal at linebacker, and Trey Lance's younger brother,
Bryce
Lance,
Brycer.
who also scored a 9.98 on the RAS out of North Dakota State. draft projections have him falling between 70 and 95, and the Commanders are sitting there with the 71st pick.
All right, so you both say receiver.
Yes.
And we do know one of their first targets in free agency was Alec Pierce from the Colts, wide receiver. They end up not getting him. Then they targeted, who was the second guy they targeted?
Romeo Dobbs.
Dobbs from Green Bay.
Didn't get him. So they settled with bringing back De'Ami Brown and Van Jefferson.
Yeah. They went
You want
bargain
the receiver.
shopping.
Will you be disappointed if they do not snag a receiver on day 2?
I'll be slightly disappointed, but again, I think in the back of their minds, they feel like they can do some free agency bargain shopping with some names that are still out there. Like, I mean, I know this guy's ancient, but he's a free agent. Like, maybe you sign Keenan Allen to a 1-year deal. And look, do they need to draft and develop a young wide receiver? Yes. But if they don't, I feel like they're going to dip back into that market again if they have to. The free agent market.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go to the phones. What do you want the Commanders to do tonight? We'll check in with Chris Russell coming up in about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go to Shane in Fairfax. Shane, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning, Junks. How you guys doing this morning?
What's up, buddy?
You got to take Chris Browser out of Tennessee. He's the best receiver out of this class right now that's available right now. He's 6'5". He can run. Look what he did at the University. I know you guys say I'm a Tennessee fan, but the product is there. Like, look
But
what
you got to
he
wait
did
a lot of
with-
picks. You might not have a chance to pick him.
He may not be there. That's true. He may not be there. But nobody's talking about tight end, too. We need a tight end. We got to get a tight end that can help us out in the short game in the red zone. We got to improve in the red zone.
Well, they got that guy.
And
They
that's
signed
the big
Chig
thing.
away from the Tennessee
They
Titans.
did sign a
They
tight
made
end.
a pretty big
Oh,
splash.
that's right. That's right. That's my bad. Yeah, that's right. That is right. So
I mean,
yeah,
unless you
we-
wanted another tight end, which I could see, but they did
Then
sign
you
a
would
tight
say
end.
bye-bye Ben Sinnott
Well,
because you gave money to Bates,
Thanks,
who's your
Shane.
blocker. You gave money to Chig.
I'm already ready to buy him a Greyhound ticket out of town. Okay,
About time.
I mean, I'm ready to send him on his way. Maybe it could be a swing and a miss from Adam Peters. I love what Adam Peters has done generally overall, but it doesn't look like the Ben Sinnott pick is going to bear.
Well, clearly it isn't because you draft a tight end in the second round. You're thinking he's going to be your future starter.
Yes, absolutely.
And what'd they do? They went out and signed a starter.
Right. They
So,
gave him some pretty decent money, too.
Yeah, they did.
All right, 800-636-1067 is the number.
Yes, Matt.
What about a name for you that's very unsexy?
Okay.
But I think it's a need because they obviously were trying to acquire the best one in free agency, and that's a center.
Yeah.
Why not try to get Linderbaum light and go Logan Jones, who is the center out of Iowa, who just pumps out offensive line studs nonstop. I know third round
I could see that.
might be a little too high for a center, but if
Not if
it's-
you believe he's a starter.
if it's obviously a need and it's something you tried to upgrade in the offseason, but weren't able to do it,
Yeah.
I think center may be
It's a good
unsexy,
idea.
but it could fill a hole.
I was listening to Sheehan, I think it was yesterday or the day before, and he had a draft analyst who, I don't know how he did it. He broke down like 12 to 15 different centers, and he was in love with Parker Brailsford out of Alabama. He basically said that he was the best player on the Alabama team last year, a little bit undersized, but really fits David Blau's type of offensive system.
Parker?
So, Parker Brailsford.
Gotcha.
So maybe that's another name to keep track of. It's decidedly unsexy, Valdez, but
Right.
it is a need.
Didn't Mr. Parker used to mow your lawn, Kate?
Mr. Parker.
Bish.
Yeah, he definitely.
Why I remember
he was.
that.
Mr. Parker was about 80 years old, and he would
This
mow my lawn.
Parker is going to mow down defensive linemen, hopefully.
All right, let's go back to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. What do you want the Commanders to do on day 2?
Let's go to Paul. He's calling in from D.C. Paul, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing, man?
What's up?
Good.
I got the wide receiver on my radar right now, and two of them that I've been looking at, man. Is one of them is the guy Ted Hurts. He's
Georgia
a big
State,
wide receiver. Yeah, that's exactly. And the other one I like, man, is a guy that Mendoza been throwing to last year, and that's Elijah Stretch. out of Indiana. Both of them are big receivers. They're physical receivers, and they got good hands, man. So I'm looking at that spot, man. But and also in hanging up, man, Styles was my man all along. I just didn't want to say it out loud.
Your team Styles, baby.
Team
I love
Styles.
it. I love to hear it. Thank you, Paul.
All right, fellas. Have a great day, man.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I'm just kind of looking at the mock draft, this round 2 and round 3, and they had, just in terms of receivers, they had Boston gone, they had Branch gone. I can't remember where they had Brazel. They had Bernard gone, but they had Antonio Williams as a possibility. Malachi Fields from Notre Dame.
Malachi Fields a big dude too, 6'5", 220.
Yeah. Hurst is 6'4", so I think he would be available. Skylar Bell out of UConn. I'm not sure what his size is. I don't think he's that tall.
He's 6 feet, 192.
Yeah. Surratt is a bigger guy. So yeah, they could. They're gonna, if they target a receiver in the 3rd round, they're gonna get a good one.
1-800-636-1067. Let's go back to the phones.
Let's go to Will. He's calling from Arlington. He's bringing up somebody you just mentioned, Jason. Will, good morning.
Will.
You're on with the Junks.
Good morning, fellas.
Hello.
I was looking at Malachi Fields also, and I think that big wide receiver standing next to McLaurin, as a number 2 receiver, I think would be really helpful to Jaden Daniels this coming season. So thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Fields is 6'5", 220. So maybe they are targeting him.
I do think Cakes brings up a good point, though. They have some flexibility in that there are proven guys, even if it's just a Band-Aid that you can go with. I didn't even realize Keenan Allen was out there.
Keenan Allen's a free agent. Now
guy produces.
He's old, but
it's fine.
Like if you just want to sign him to a 1-year deal, or I don't know what the money would look like, $6 or $7 million, something in that range. Commanders have plenty of free agency money to splash around with if they want.
I feel like Keenan Allen, though, has generally remained productive, whereas somebody like DeAndre Hopkins, his best years seem like are way behind
I feel like
him.
he's smashed into the wall.
I don't think Keenan Allen last year had 81 catches.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
But what if they target, and I agree, I think receiver is a need, but what if they target a corner or a safety?
I'd be fine with either of those spots.
Yeah. They think they probably need those spots too, right?
Yeah.
Those positions. So you could possibly see them. I mean, I don't think he's going to slip this far, but Jermod McCoy, what if he slipped because of his ACL scare?
Right.
I mean, he was targeted as a possible late first rounder. Most of the mocks I see him going definitely in the early second round. But what if he slipped?
He's the top remaining player still out there.
But
So I
I'm
would
just
expect-
saying, by position, maybe they do target corner and safety.
I mean, they definitely seem like they were in on Delane.
Yep.
And we're considering him with the number 7 pick. So I'd have no problem with them trying to upgrade the secondary, whether it's a safety or a corner, at 71.
1-800-636-1067. What do you want the Commanders to do on day 2 of the NFL draft? And if they don't go receiver, are you distraught? Are you disappointed?
I don't think you're distraught about it. I think you just trust that they found better players that are higher ranked on their board that they deemed worthy of the 71st pick. I got no problem if it's not a receiver. It's not gonna ruin my day if they don't pick a receiver later tonight.
Yeah.
It's okay. Let's go to John in D.C. He has some ideas what they should do with the 71st pick. What's up, John?
John.
Hey, what's going on, John?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, you said, I just want to say real quick, like, you just took the words right out of my mouth. Like, I think they need to go secondary, like with a corner, maybe a safety. You still got A.J. Terrell, brother out there.
Yeah.
You got the safety for Toledo. And
I think that guy from
Toledo
Toledo is going to go pretty early. You talking about McNeil Warren? I think he's going to go pretty early.
Yeah, he might go pretty early, but you still got corners out there. Then you got the safety from South Carolina. He's pretty good.
Kilgore,
you can plug a receiver. Or 1 year you got Odell Beckham. You got there's a couple of receivers, Diggs. You can get them for 1 year until the next year come out, and then you focus on receiver. But the way they set themselves up for free agent, they put themselves in this position to do this right here, where they don't have to get one pick.
Yeah, I think they got to go after the safety from USC, Bishop Fitzgerald. That's who they need to go after.
Are you saying that just because his name is Bishop?
No,
like your
no,
name?
no, I would never do that.
I'm sure that wouldn't be the case.
I would never do that.
All right, let's go to Ray calling in on day 2 of the NFL draft. Ray, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Junks? How y'all doing, man?
Hey, Ray.
What's up?
Hey, I wouldn't mind them going wide receiver because Terry Hurst will be there. The guy from UConn is going to be there, but they don't have to stretch for a wide receiver because this is wide receiver they could probably get in the 5th round after they pick their center in the 3rd round. I mean, and this guy, he ate the Senior Bowl up, man. Couldn't nobody check him. He only had one drop, and it wasn't on him. It was on the quarterback for overthrowing him. His name is Tyron Montgomery. He's from John Carroll. The guy can flat out play, man. The guy is a legitimate wide receiver. He's a little bit on the smaller side. He's like 6'1", but he's a wide receiver. You can get him in the 5th. You got to remember, Puka Nacua, he was drafted in the 5th round. He wound up being an All-Pro.
That's a very good point.
I mean,
He's 5'11", 190 from John Carroll College, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, Puka Nacua was drafted in the 5th round, and he's an All-Pro. So, I mean, you can say what you want to say about all these wide receivers. All of them equal to me. It's no, like they say, is no Jay Jetters, is no wide receiver from Cincinnati. There's none of those type of wide receivers in this draft at all.
No.
Whoever you pick, you're going to take your pick, and you're going to have to roll with it. And I'm out of here. Thanks, fellas.
All right.
Thanks, Appreciate it, Matt. 800-636-1067. What direction do you see the Commanders going with the 71st overall pick? Let's go to Doug. Doug, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Doug.
How you doing?
What's up?
Look, I think when you look at their receiver room, you wouldn't give it a better grade than a C. And I think if you're talking about building an offense around Jaden Daniels, he really hasn't had a strong receiver room since he's been there. I think your next pick has to be a receiver, some type of playmaker. I love Malachi Fields. They did a lot on free agency on defense, which they should have, but I don't think they need to, overcorrecting that much on defense when you really got to have a bunch of playmakers to help Jaden Daniels get to the level that I think we all want him to get to.
Mm-hmm.
I think they got to figure out a top-notch receiver. Maybe they even need to move up a little bit to get whoever is top of their board.
What about my argument that 2 years ago they had a prolific offense with the receiving core that was similar? I mean, some of the same parts, right? McCaffrey, De'Ami Brown, obviously Terry.
Yeah.
They had Noah Brown then. Now you got Van Jefferson. You have Traylon Burks, and you have Jalen Lane.
I just think you have a bunch of guys there.
I just don't think you got. I still think it's a C room, guys. I mean,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I would agree.
And I just think if they're gonna, what happened 2 years ago. Look, I love 2 years ago, but a lot of 2 years ago there was luck involved in terms of certain victories.
Yes.
But I just think that they, if they're built, they still have to concentrate on building an offense around their gem on the team. And right now, they did a couple things on running back in free agency. I know they think they're trying to get. I know we think we might get Brandon Ayuk, but that's not a done deal. I love the idea of Keenan Allen, bringing him in, but you still getting a young guy on a second round, third round contract who might be able to come in and start. I think you got to do that for Jaden's development.
Look, they might do it. They've done it the last 2 years, right? The last 2 years they've drafted McCaffrey and Jalen Lane in similar spots.
Yeah,
a third rounder and a fourth rounder. True. I'm not saying that these guys are going to be starters, but I don't know if you can do that every draft where you use a third rounder or a fourth rounder on a wide receiver.
Yeah, unless their scouts and Adam Peters look at this cast of receivers and say it's just much deeper than it was when we took McCaffrey and Lane, which is a possibility.
Coming up next, we'll check in with our pal Chris Russell, host of the Chris Russell Show on the Team 980 from 1 to 4. Rooster next here on the Junks. Getting a lot of compliments on my new ride. It is a Chevrolet Traverse. Beautiful SUV. I got it at Michelle Radley Chevrolet. And here's the deal about Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. Her name's on the building, but if you head on over there, she's out and about. She's chatting with customers, checking in. It's honestly a big reason why I went with them. I'm loving the new Traverse. And she has 3 other locations, too. Chevrolet in Leesburg. Then she's got Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and Radley Mitsubishi all in Fredericksburg. So you can get a new ride in Leesburg at Michelle Radley Chevrolet there. Get new rides in Fredericksburg at Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. One of the great things, too, about her dealerships is complete price transparency. You go online, click on any vehicle, and everything's right there. MSRP, processing, incentives, all of it up front. So do what I did. Check them out for yourself. Michelle Radley Chevrolet Leesburg. And down in Fredericksburg, you got Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. When you go there, tell them JP sent you. Michelle Radley Automotive Group, delivering memorable driving experiences. Welcome back. Chucky's hanging out here talking NFL draft, talking about the Commanders taking Sonny Styles. Let's check in with our pal Chris Russell. Joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV.
It's the Roosty.
What's up, Chris?
Yeah. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Congratulations to you guys. That's more important than anything else that we got to do. That was awesome. Saw that video with Mayor Bowser yesterday, and looking forward to May 4th. Thanks for letting me be a little part of this show. And,
of course,
that's awesome, man. 30 years in this horse crap industry, you know.
We've had two other radio guys on this morning.
At least you're not jaded.
Zabe called it a snake pit, and Rooster calls it a horse crap biz.
Well, you know, I mean, listen, you know me. I strive for nothing but the truth, baby.
We hear
I mean,
you, buddy.
sometimes that gets me in trouble, but you know, somehow I'm still alive and kicking. I don't know when I'm going to be taken out, but 30 years is awesome. Congratulations for you guys.
Thank you.
By the way, this
Very
is
kind.
defensive, but I saw some tweets, or maybe it was on Facebook or Instagram, because I put the pictures of us with Mayor Bowser on all of our social media platforms. And there was a lot of joning about how we were dressed. We didn't know she was coming. It was a surprise visit. Jason was doing a wacky jersey bit. Everybody came in here with jerseys.
I had my Joe Montana jersey on, and the draft told me to take it off, so I just had a T-shirt and a jacket. It's
fine.
I don't know that we would have dressed any differently, but I just want to point that out. It was a surprise visit.
I think you guys were dressed appropriately, right? I mean, clearly you were doing a theme. You didn't know she was going to be there. I mean, I've never even met the mayor in person. I'd like to do that before her term is up. I've been to her office for the big stadium shindig last April, I think it was, but I've never even met her in all these years. So
she's very
that's
nice.
Awesome. Congratulations to you guys. I'm really pumped for you guys.
She's very nice.
And that's a cool day too, right? And I guess happy early birthday, Jason. I saw that as well. So.
Oh, thank you.
Star Wars Day, Jason's birthday,
All those-
30th anniversary.
All those people who were joning about the way we dressed, they can go F off. All of them. Every single one just F off. Because that's all people do with social media. They just criticize.
Well,
That's
it's
what it's
all
for.
people
I
care
hate
about
them.
sometimes in this area. Is they care about stripes and shades of burgundy and all that stuff. So
Right. We were told that we were going to be meeting clients.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I wore some Peter Millar golf pants.
You're fine.
And I wore a T-shirt and a Pebble Beach jacket.
You're
so,
good.
like a golf outfit.
Don't even sweat it.
What am I supposed to do? Wear a suit?
Tell them to go kick all the rocks, Jason.
Right, I did.
Our
I just
Rooster
did, yeah.
don't want to lead the witness. When it got to the 7th pick, did you want Sonny Styles? Did you want Caleb Downs? Did you want Jordan Tyson? Were you happy with the selection?
I was totally pumped with the selection because that's exactly what I've been saying over the last. I finally settled on Sonny Styles as my official pick about a day and a half ago, I think. The only notable name that I would have not taken Sonny Styles for, and this is just me, and I think a lot of people, would be Jeremiah Love. I loved him, pun intended. But that was it. Sonny Styles was number 2. I did a final 3 ranking for whatever that's worth on my stupid radio show, I think on Wednesday, and it was Love, Sonny Styles, and Reuben Bain, ultimately. And I thought, again, I thought Jeremiah Love would be gone. I wasn't sure about Sonny Styles, depending on the way it played out, and whether an offensive lineman, maybe even 2, went before, or maybe Caleb Downs went before. I am totally pumped, totally happy. I love the prospect. I think he's still a little raw, guys, around the edges, but obviously you can't teach: size, athleticism, NFL bloodlines. I mean, you watch him on all 22 from the press box view, right? The full field view, and very rarely can I just identify a dude without looking at his uniform number, right? Because they all look generally the same. Not this dude. I mean, not like he pops out like.
Yeah, he jumps out.
I mean, it's unbelievable. And he has what you can't teach. You can't teach that. You can teach him how to be a better Mike. You can teach him how to be a better linebacker. You can teach him how to hit like a freight train and wrap up and tackle and cover and recognize and communicate and all that stuff. And by the way, he has a lot of those skills too. He has what you can't teach. And that's size, speed, and athleticism.
And that's
he's coachable.
That's a calling card for Adam Peters and his staff. If you possess rare athletic traits, if you have that as part of your bio, you're gonna be at minimum on their radar, if not the guy that they target and zero in on.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Leo Chenal, who I think you guys had on, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of weeks ago, right? And now Sonny Styles and Jordan McGee can flat out fly too. They might have, I haven't run any numbers. They might have the top three, in terms of overall athleticism and speed and all that stuff that people throw around, right? They might have that.
Well,
with those three
with
guys.
Chenal, well, specifically with Chenal and Styles, it's the pairing of the two most athletic RAS guys in NFL history.
There you go. There you go. I saw that, Casey, and I couldn't remember what and I even joked with AP last night at the end, like, off the camera after he was done at the podium. I was like, do you guys look at like the NGS scores or what? Like the NFL IQ does something different, but it's basically the same thing, right? Either way. Ultimately, there is nobody that can accuse this team of not being able to run, be fat, because they thought they had athleticism and speed last year, and they didn't have enough of it.
Yeah.
I mean, Frankie Louvu is not like a speed demon or a speed merchant by any means, but Frankie Louvu might only be here another year. He probably will only be here another year. He can do other things like, get downhill and rush the passer and stop the run. And, he's not great in coverage, not great tackling, but, he'd be fine, and they'll figure it all out, and Durante Jones will make it all work. The one thing, guys, that stood out to me about Sonny Styles, and again, I'm not a coach, not a scout or anything like that. I just tried to hone in on as many of the possible options at top 10. So I was watching him the other night, right, and it was against Texas, and I pointed this out a couple of times. He communicates his ass off. And you guys are going to see him once he gets comfortable, and I don't know how exactly long that takes. You see him just wildly, waving his arms around and getting everybody into different positions, checking. And that was the first game at Ohio State under Matt Patricia. No preseason games, right? They were with a different defense during their championship winning season under Jim Knowles. So that's his first game, second year as a Mike linebacker, but under a new DC. And he is just amazing watching him from behind, from the All-22. And then you just watch other tape of him. I was watching last night Miami after the pick, after things settled down in the college football play. He lines up in so many damn different positions.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn and Durante Jones are going to love using this guy.
By the way, it seemed really genuine, too. I'm sure you picked up on this if you were there, that Peters seemed stunned that Styles fell to them at 7. Like, I'm sure they war-gamed it a bunch, and probably most of the times they weren't able to get him with the 7th pick. But the fact that Carnell Tate went 4, which was a little bit of a curveball, and that the Chiefs traded up in front of the Commanders to get Delane, that secured Styles coming here. Were you struck by the fact that Peters seemed stunned that he was able to make the pick that he wanted to?
Absolutely. I mean, they did not think – I mean, the indication was that not only was he the top, guy at that point, but that he was higher rated. I don't know if he was their number one guy because, I don't want to speak out of turn. They didn't say that. But Peters admitted he was very surprised, or maybe not very surprised, but surprised when Mansour Delane went at 6 to Kansas City ahead of him, right? And maybe that would have been the pick. I don't know. I like Mansour Delane as well. The Tate one really threw me for a loop. I assume you guys as well. I mean, of all the permutations, I didn't think Tate at 4. AP said, that they thought was his ceiling, so maybe they weren't shocked by that. But either way, it played out okay because they didn't then need the offensive lineman to go to fill up some of those gaps because Tate went maybe a little bit earlier and to a team that was kind of unexpected and so on and so forth. So they had their option of Bain. They had their option of Caleb Downs. I think they made the absolute right move, the absolute right selection. And now, you look at it and you say, all right, how long is it going to take this guy to get comfortable? Well, again, if the transition from Knowles to Patricia, the championship year to last year, is any indication, he's going to pick it up pretty damn quickly. And this is going to be a complicated scheme, right? We're not going to know where these guys are often deployed from, which is fine. I'm cool. I'm down with creativity. And one other thing, this guy can blitz like a mother.
Yeah. All right, so day 2, second and third round tonight. Commanders don't have a second rounder as we speak, but they do have a third rounder. What do you want them to do? What position should they target in the third round?
Yeah, so AP said very unlikely that they would move up, and they just don't have the ammunition. So to the point, I mean, we're all expecting them to stick and stay at 71. To be at 71, whether they stay, we'll have to see. Look, they need wide receiver, they need target, wide receiver, cornerback, and center. I don't expect center there unless the top dude, I forgot his name, from say Alabama, but I could be wrong on that, guys, is there.
What you're asking for the best center from Alabama?
If he's there,
Brailsford. Brailsford.
Yeah, there you go. If he's there, I think that could be the selection. I would go wide receiver over corner, but I think corner is a pretty big need, and corner's a thinner class. So, again, of course it depends on who is out there, but just the wide receivers, right, because that's probably the names that people know. You know, if you're looking at Ted Hurst from Georgia State, 6'2", can absolutely freaking fly. Now, can he play big boy football? That I don't know, because Georgia State, right? But if you're looking for a more sure product, he's Elijah Surratt. Back shoulder, fades, tough, physical at the point of catch. Now, he doesn't separate very well. Watching him, he doesn't separate very well, so don't expect like a blazer. And something makes me think with their pursuit of Alec Pierce, and likely probably going to be the end for Terry McLaurin after this year, that they're looking for somebody with some giddy up, right? So that's why I would keep my eyes on Hurst if he's still available. I don't know if he'll be there at 71. And again, corner, wide receiver, center are my top three priorities. Remember, though, guys, last year everybody thought they needed an edge. They didn't draft an edge.
Right.
Do you like Cakes' thought that they could just fill the wide receiver role with a Band-Aid, essentially, somebody like Stephon Diggs or Keenan Allen?
Yeah, there's no doubt that they could do that. I mean, I don't want it to be Brandon Ayuk because I don't trust Brandon Ayuk as far as I could throw him. And I don't know if he can play football anymore. He hasn't played football in a year and a half. And if we all think, well, he's Jaden's BFF, screw that. I mean, Adam Peters is getting major intel from his BFFs, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And we all know those guys hate him.
Oh, yeah, they hate his guts.
I mean, I know a lot of people on that coaching staff, guys, and he doesn't have many other fans in that building. You know, let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So whatever intelligence Jaden is giving, the heck with that. Adam Peters was with Brandon Ayuk before he went cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs 2 years ago. Okay, enough. I don't want him here, so go out. I don't want Stephon Diggs here, but I'd rather take my chance with Stephon Diggs. Another name you keep an eye on is Tyreek Hill. Now, he's coming off of significant injuries, 31, 32, whatever it is, but we know he's got speed to burn. If they can get him physically right, maybe that's a guy they take a flyer on because that fits that mold of super speed if he can get right, healthy, super speed production, all of that stuff, even though he's got a checkered past. So, yeah, they got lots of different options and lots of different ways to go, and that's why I point out, just because we all identify it as a need, they don't always address it as a need, and they didn't with the edge market last year, and it came back to haunt them, even though they did wind up signing Von Miller after the draft.
Rooster, great stuff. Of course, you're going to have your show 1 to 4. Should be fun.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Have a good weekend.
Of course.
Thanks,
buddy. Yeah, we got the Best Buddies walk tomorrow if anybody wants to come out and join us on the Capitol Mall. So,
that's
very
awesome.
Good. It's a great cause.
It's Chris
Thank you,
Russell
fellas.
Show.
Yep.
Thank you, bro.
On the Team 980 from 1 to 4. Check it out. When we come back.
So he loves Styles.
Yes.
He's into Sonny Styles.
He's into Sonny.
When we come back, let's give you an update on the Diana Rossini, Mike Vrabel situation.
I mean, it just keeps mushrooming.
More and more keeps coming out every
bigger,
week.
like every day.
Yeah.
Mushroom cloud.
Yeah.
We'll get into that
It's
next
crazy.
here on the Junkies.
It's your boy Bish here, and if you've been watching the leaderboard like me lately, you know it's all about your drive. And right now, my guy Josh Cochran, the GM over at Bayer Subaru, and his team at Buyer in Alexandria. They're ready to help you tee one up this spring. You can drive off in a new 2026 Forester from Buyer, 0.9% APR for 36 months, or score a new 2026 Crosstrek, 1.9% APR for 36 months. At Buyer Subaru, they're not just focused on what's in the showroom. They care about the course we're all playing on, too. This spring, Buyer Subaru is giving away free trees, no purchase necessary. It's all part of Subaru Loves the Earth, working with the Arbor Day Foundation to put regionally appropriate trees into the hands of local families, helping keep our community green, healthy, and in great shape for the long game. So make the turn to Buyer Subaru. Grab your free tree. Whether you're going low with a Forester at 0.9 for 36 or taking a clean swing with a Crosstrek at 1.9 for 36, you're going to like where you land. So do what I did. Check them out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or at buyersubaru.com. Make sure you tell them Bish sent you.
Coming up in an hour, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to go to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown. Cakes will be there.
Those are good tickets.
They are good tickets.
They're playing Northwest Stadium.
Yes.
That's a big room.
Yes, I just know it's not your thing.
It's going to be a wildly popular show. I completely understand.
So we'll give you a chance to win those tickets coming up at 9:45. But I have to give you the latest on the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation.
By the way, just a PR masterclass by the Patriots to trot Mike Vrabel out in front of the press last night. Like, what was it? Half an hour before the draft started? Like, they know it's going to get buried by the upcoming NFL draft. I mean, that's just a chef's kiss move by Patriots PR.
I want to address the news regarding my current situation. I understand that there are questions, but I take accountability for my actions and the actions that caused a distraction to the people that I care most about. My family, this football team, the organization, and our fans. My previous actions don't meet the standard that I hold myself to. They don't. And what I believe is best for the two most important things in my life, my family and this football team, is for us to take the necessary steps to work together and to give them what I told them I'd give them, which is the best version of me. And that's what we're going to do. And that's going to start, that has started, that'll continue this weekend, and it'll continue for however long it takes for me to give them and to complete that promise of giving them the best version of me possible. And that's what's going to happen, and that's what's been happening.
Yeah, this is in the wake of the Page 6 photos that came out yesterday of Vrabel and Diana Rossini together at a New York City bar back in 2020.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you,
each other, like sitting next to each other.
6 years, yeah.
Her legs in between his legs and in the bar stools.
Of course.
I wanted to ask you, Cakes, what's the poker term for when you have good cards?
Yes.
And then you kind of limp in and you want everybody to get in. Is it slow rolling?
No, slow rolling is when you have you have the winning hand or a good hand, and you expose it. You don't expose it immediately.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think the New York Post has been slow rolling.
Well, I mean,
they seem to keep coming out with new pictures and new pictures. I mean, now they're going 6 years back.
Where did they get that from 6 years ago?
I don't know. Maybe they've got more.
Drabby, where did they get that?
Well, somebody's probably sent it to him in the last week or so.
I know, but why wasn't that out there when Vrabel was in Tennessee?
Well,
because the pictures themselves don't necessarily incriminate you. It's just
he's kissing her.
No, not in the New York Post pictures yesterday. I don't think he was kissing her.
Oh,
when he's at the bar?
At the bar.
Oh, he is?
The bar.
Yeah.
Hello?
He's kissing her. So that's what I'm wondering. Why?
I know, but maybe somebody who had it, who took the photo, didn't know what to do with it, had no idea, just showed friends.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
It just seems like everything would get out there, but it's surprising it's coming out 6 years later. But yeah, it's not good. My buddy was asking me the other day or yesterday when the story came out, is he going to be forced to resign? And I said, I don't think Kraft is going to ask him to resign, especially since he came out now and basically said, I'm going to counseling.
Right.
I've got to
I'm
be
not
a
going
better
to make him
person.
resign. Kraft himself has the massage scandal.
I know. That's what I said. I said,
yeah, but it's possible his wife makes him resign. If he's
Yeah.
trying to save
That's
his
true.
marriage and he's taking the draft off.
Yeah.
That's in play, especially if it keeps coming out.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I would think that would have come
He's
out
taking
already.
day 3 of the draft off.
Yeah, and they got eight picks in day 3.
You think that's not a big deal?
They got 8 picks.
Okay, but
That's a blackout day.
He didn't take the first 2 days off. He took the last day off.
No, you're right.
He's taking the last day
And the
off.
GM's not taking the day off.
Yeah, Elliott Wolf's still going to be there.
Keep thinking 8 draft picks aren't important.
By the way, on a side note, this is not important, but the Patriots' new draft war room. Did you see the tour of it? It's amazing.
Is it?
Like you see some of these teams, they look like they're conducting their draft rooms in a room like this size, cramped, all the desks on top of each other. The Patriots, man, it looks like you can launch a spaceship from their new draft war room. It's impressive.
Well, that's what happens when you win all those Super Bowls.
Yeah.
and we're right back in the
That's what
Super Bowl
happens when you
last
spend
year.
a bunch of money on your draft process. and your personnel department.
I think Diana deactivated her Twitter.
I saw that. Yeah,
and
probably a smart move.
Yeah.
For now, I think she can bring it back up later because everyone's going through her previous tweets. And that one yesterday where they found her questioning, she put out a question saying, "I just had a son named Michael 4 days ago. Can't stop thinking, who is the best NFL coach or player named Michael?" And this was after the photos of her kissing Vrabel.
I mean, that's just a weird bit.
I think it was coach and player.
Yeah, coach and player.
So not
So
just
Vrabel
so
obviously
it
was a
really
player and
yeah,
coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a terrible look.
Hey, there is a possibility that Mike Vrabel fathered a love child with Diana Rossini.
There's definitely that undercurrent on Twitter. There's definitely people.
They're
Well, think
doing
of
the math.
positing.
Well, yeah, you do the math. Think about it. So she had her child when 6 months after those photos were taken.
Mm-hmm.
So and they were obviously together in some capacity in 2000.
Seems like for at least 6 years there's been
You mean
some sort of
If
relationship.
I were her husband,
You mean
it's a
2020?
lock. I would be getting
Yeah,
paternity
2020.
tests.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 100%.
Yeah, who knows how long it's been going on? It could be 10 years.
It could be 10 years. I mean, at minimum 6 years, on and off 6 years
Yeah.
at least.
Correct.
There is a non-zero chance
Oh, it's definitely
that
much
that
higher than zero.
I just can't believe it.
It'd be a show if she knew that there was a chance that it was his kid, and then they named it Mike.
Named it Mike.
That's outrageous, actually, if
I
that's
just-
the case.
Yeah, that is. But I just can't
Yes.
believe that unless they just didn't care that Vrabel and Rossini were having an affair and they're in a bar where there's other people,
Right.
and he's kissing her in public.
I mean,
What are you doing?
It's just
unless you didn't care. I mean,
it's just a
we have no
weird-
idea what the relationship
like-
with him and his wife is.
You're Mike Vrabel. You're
Right.
a high-profile person.
Right.
You're one of 32 NFL head coaches walking the planet.
I'd say both are high-profile people.
Look, they both are.
Yeah.
She's not quite as high as him, but she's up there. But he's one of 32. He knows the spotlight and the cameras and the camera phones
Yeah.
are on him at all times.
That's what I mean.
Like, how do you let your guard down like that? That's a massive misstep by Mike Vrabel.
Yeah,
Drinking.
probably.
I can't remember
Yeah, it's
which
probably-
player I saw on Twitter. It was like a former Patriot who said that before games, Vrabel had a flask, and they would take basically like shots.
Take
I know
shots.
Santana Moss has talked
Right.
about that in
Yeah.
the past. He's not
Sure.
not necessarily unique, but
Uh-huh.
maybe he likes to get after it. And then
I guess
bad judgment.
Bad judgment
Big time.
from both parties.
Big time.
Clearly.
There was also a video going around where Rossini is asking Vrabel questions about his wife during an interview.
Yes.
Oh yeah, about her athleticism.
Yeah, that is like
Really?
the scum of the earth type thing.
That's
If
bizarre
you're having an
behavior.
affair, that man's having an affair with you, and you're asking him about his wife in an interview.
That's
Yeah.
some high-level kinky ass right there.
No, that's just being a terrible person. You can't don't bring the wife into it,
Yeah.
Diana.
It's
It's
very uncomfortable.
It just
Yeah.
makes it even more
It's very
laughable now
uncomfortable.
that both parties, when the first photos came out of the spot in Arizona, were like, "Yeah, I was there on a hike
I know.
with my friends.
Nothing was
It's
happening.
coincidence.
Yeah.
Somehow
Well, they were deflecting.
we ran into each other.
They were
at this
deflecting.
swanky couples only resort.
They,
I don't
they
know
didn't
how
know
this
these other
happened.
pictures were going to come out.
Well, there's also the I'm sure we talked about it at some point where she's just clubbing her husband as average.
I saw that too.
Average what?
She did some sort of interview
as a husband?
I guess after she got married,
Oh.
and she's just saying
I
he's
think
an
she-
average
I think she
guy.
was just kinda
I think that was
joking.
yes,
Oh.
but still, in retrospect, it doesn't look great.
Mm-hmm.
Bad look all the way around. Can
They-
you imagine how uncomfortable it is at Mike Vrabel's house right now?
Or Rossini's?
Well, both.
Yeah, right.
but
definitely Vrabel's. Yeah.
both. Yeah, it's got to be a weird sitch to find
Any
yourself
chance that Vrabel? I mean, we don't know, but any chance Vrabel's wife knew about it in the last 6 years before these latest?
I'm sure
photos
it's
came out?
possible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's entirely possible.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens. But I agree.
think the likelihood of what's going to happen is he's going to go back to coaching, and
Yeah.
the Patriots are going to be a good team because ultimately, what are you going to do?
Do both marriages survive?
I would put it on at least one of
50,
them. At
50,
least one of them
50.
probably crumbles,
Yeah.
if not both.
Yeah.
I mean, you
I mean,
never know.
It's a tough thing to get past.
No, you're right. You don't know. Have no idea.
Wonder if Mike Vrabel
The
had
only
his wife
thing we
sign a
know,
prenup.
the only thing we know is that the early denials were straight up lies.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we kind of knew that when we heard them,
Right.
just based on how they were reacting in the photos.
And I know benefit of the doubt, like EB wanted to give benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
There's no reason to give
Well,
benefit of the doubt.
he was biased.
Yeah.
He was biased. If he didn't know Rossini, he wouldn't be saying that.
Remember earlier we didn't have the context, JP. That was the photos were taken out of context
Right.
in Arizona.
All right. I mean, if
Still
that's-
haven't seen those pictures of the girls' trip and all the other girls,
Have not-
right?
I have not
Hiking.
seen any
I
of
mean,
them.
if that's Mina Kimes or Lauren Rutledge, Bickle's killing her.
Well, he's just saying, and it's fair. He's saying I support her. He's not saying.
But I know, but
he was
he
telling the truth.
But he
He's
was
just
saying
as a
that
friend,
Yeah, but
I
because
support
of
what
at
he's going
first
his
he was saying he
relationship.
believed her.
Yeah. But it is what it is.
It's a wild story. I'm just
Johnny
waiting for the
Cakes.
next. I'm waiting for the next batch of pictures.
Johnny Cakes.
Valdez and I we have a vested interest.
Will they go back like even more?
I don't
Like
know.
10 years?
Valdez, you want to do?
Sure. Cakes and I have a 15-1 bet with Cakes for $5.
Yeah.
That within the calendar year, a sex tape or compromising photos of Vrabel and Rossini will be released.
Yeah, I'm feeling less and less confident as the days tick by.
More than just a blurry kissing
Yes,
picture.
it has-
Right.
Yeah.
It's like maybe like some hot tub loving. Maybe the PI got a picture in the bedroom.
I'm going to be so distraught if I have to ship you $75 digital dollars, but we'll see. We'll see
maybe
what the future-
maybe there's like some sort of car pic.
Yeah, I don't know.
So something a little more lurid.
I was
risque.
I was much more confident about the bet before about 6 p.m. last night when those pictures came
Hey,
out.
what I do know is an hour has passed
Yes.
on your Charlie Campbell
Here's a
draft.
quick update. Tailgate 10 is doing the research. I need an extension until the end of the show.
Oh.
I'm begging for it.
It was an hour because I know Jason's Venmo'd me.
Yeah.
Nobody else has Venmo'd me.
You're paid off from
might be
mine.
out of luck.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk to the guy that had Twitter afire with people upset that he calls Sonny Styles a project. Eric Bickle will join us. EB next here in the Junkies.
The Washington Commanders selected Ohio State linebacker Sonny Styles 7th overall in the first round. Washington only has a third-round pick on the second day of the draft, 71st overall. Taking defense with the number 7 pick, the Commanders are likely going to turn to offense to provide Daniels a little more help at receiver. And the biggest shock of the night, though, came when the Rams used the 13th overall pick on Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson. The Rams became the first team since 1967 to enter the draft with the reigning MVP at quarterback and still spend a first-round pick on a QB. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank. Proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, and JP hanging out in studio. Eric Bickle heading to Utah for a volleyball tournament, so he's not here in studio. But a lot of people were in his comments section last night when he said Sonny Styles is a project. Eric Carlton Bickle, are you with us?
Hey,
What's
morning.
up?
What's up?
What's up?
Are you at
Hey.
the airport yet, or on your way, or haven't left yet?
No, we got the lift coming around 9:30, something like that.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, so what was your?
What's the word? What's the word, Ben? I mean, I saw in the poll it's like 83% are pumped, right?
Well, you had
Something like
left.
that.
You left Honor Brewing before the pick, right?
Oh, I left almost right away. Yeah.
I got to tell you now. Valdez points out that probably anybody would have gotten that pop, but I thought there was just a loud pop when Sonny Styles was selected. It seemed like almost everybody loved the selection. Now, I went and talked to about 10 to 15 people afterwards. There were a couple people that were Caleb Downs people, but people seemed pumped for Sonny Styles.
Well, it's hard not to be excited. I understand that. I mean, the guy's an athletic freak, right? I mean, just an absolute monster. Like, there's no doubting the athleticism. Played in a massive program. Did well enough to get drafted in the top 10. I get the excitement. I just think that Caleb Downs was, for me, more of a sure thing. Like, I'd put a chance on him busting like 1 or 2%. It was Styles. Look, I'm just not smart enough to see it. I see the athleticism. I think he should have been drafted by the Wizards, maybe. Like, he's Calvin Johnson in that body type, and they're asking him to replace Bobby Wagner. I'm just not smart enough to see it. I just don't see it body-wise. It looks kind of weird to me, but the athleticism is off the charts. I mean, he is a converted guy, so I do think there's a huge learning curve. He's not a finished product. The defensive player of the year in the country wasn't Sonny Styles.
Right.
It was Caleb Downs.
Yep.
So I'm not saying he can't hit. I mean, in fact, if I had to put percentages on it, I'd say probably 80%. He's probably going to be pretty darn good.
Well, that's not what a project is. You tweeted he's a project. And
Well,
I
that's
think
what
you
I
were maybe
mean.
tweaking people because you threw in Mike Mamula, and that's like a.
Well, I do compare him to combine freaks, and I do get scared of combine freaks, right? Like the Vernon Golstons, the Aaron Currys. I mean, you can look them up. Guys that just blow everybody away, and then they have a minimal impact because, for whatever reason, they're not necessarily polished football guys yet.
but this
I don't think Sonny Styles is a polished product by any sense. I think Caleb Downs is.
Isn't this
And
where you
even
have?
said Caleb Downs could play in the NFL as a freshman.
But don't you have to trust Adam Peters and his staff
Yes.
that they had
Yes.
Sonny Styles? They clearly had Sonny Styles above Caleb Downs on their board.
Yeah.
I agree. They know more than me. I agree. I agree. They know more than me.
All right,
I'm
now,
just saying,
I
to me,
but
I'm
look,
not
Downs
surprised.
could be wrong.
But
That's
yeah,
true.
of course, EB. I was, I didn't know that I said that he was a project, but I was hesitant based on the lack of production this last season. Like, just being a naive fan, I'm thinking, if this guy's so good, why didn't he have more sacks, more forced fumbles, more game-changing plays?
Reese had the sacks. That would be my
okay.
pushback.
How about forced fumbles?
Well, yeah,
if
but
he was so good, why did Andy Reid trade up to draft the corner? Like, I don't know. Like, I think he's probably going to be fine.
Well, certain teams need certain players. I mean, maybe they don't need an edge or a
they
linebacker.
traded away one of their starting corners. I mean, that's part of the reason why Reid hopped in front of the Commanders to get Mansour Delane.
Yeah, I understand that a need at corner. I mean, we had kind of had needs in a lot of places too. Listen, it's hilarious to me how crazy like the HTTC crowd is. Like, you're not allowed to have your own opinion. It's my own opinion that I think there's more bust potential there than there is for a guy like Downs. That doesn't mean I think that Styles sucks. I just think we drafted like Harold Carmichael and we're asking him to play linebacker.
Do you, Eric Bickle, do you commit your unwavering support to Sonny Styles of the Washington Commanders now that he's a member of the team that you root for?
I said you wouldn't.
Unwavering 100% support.
I like to see people succeed. So, yes, I do. But I will say this. If he does bust, I will get a chuckle out of it.
I know you will.
I of course I want him to see. I don't like to root against people unless you give me a reason to. This is a lifelong dream for him. I'm happy for him. People get so bent out of shape just that I had a different opinion than our front office.
Well, I think you were kind of trolling the HTTC crowd because project can trigger people to call somebody a project.
Okay, fair, but I don't think he's a finished product at all. He's switched from.
Adam Peters said as much. He said you're just scratching the surface when he informed that he was the pick. Yeah. He knows that he can and will get better.
We played a clip where Peters said they love his potential. Later on, they talked about him improving, and so definitely there's something to that. He's far from a finished product.
Those are parallels for the word project. Maybe raw would have been a better word.
Yeah, that's fair. And JP's right. I don't mind trolling people a little bit. I'm confident in my own position, but I don't think he's a plug and play instant stud like I think Downs is. Again, Downs was the National Defensive Player of the Year. He's instantly the best player on your defense. Now, I know this is going to be your green dot guy or whatever. I'll admit, I don't have the vision and the foresight to see it. You guys know more than me. What's the last 6'6" linebacker that looked like Randy Moss?
6'5".
He's 6'5". He's not 6'6". He's 6'5".
I just don't have that in me. So he'll prove it to me, and I'm sure you guys can all mock me for 10 years. But I just have a different opinion. I would have drafted the sure thing.
Yeah. Well, you're right. It's rare to have a 6'5" linebacker. I mean, if you're 6'5", you're usually, a tight end or
Brian Urlacher 6'4". Yeah, so it's an inch.
Okay.
You know how you were saying yesterday when you had the French fry about Reuben Bain's arms, the difference between Brian Urlacher and this guy's an inch.
Does he look like Urlacher to you? He doesn't to me, and I'm telling you, I think you know what? Maybe the secret plan.
He looks better than Urlacher.
Yeah, I think he looks like a super freak, and I'm tantalized by his skill set.
He doesn't look like Marcus Patton, Wilbur Marshall, Bobby Wagner.
No, those guys are shorter.
Linebackers that I'm used to.
But so if you look at the current R-Lads depth chart, it's interesting because if they play a 3-4, you might actually have Chanel and Sonny Styles playing inside linebacker, and then Chason, who they brought over, is like an outside linebacker. It's going to be a different look. They got. Here's the thing. I was hesitant on this pick, but the more you think about it, and I'm sold. Like I watch Baldy jocking it, and all these different guys jocking it. Is they just got a lot faster on defense. Everything they did in the offseason on defense was get younger and faster, and he's part of that.
Yep, he's a big part of it. He's right in the middle of it, actually.
Listen, every time he makes a tackle, I'm going to fist pump.
All right. Now on the other side, do you agree? Do you agree, Eric Bickle, to root against Caleb Downs as a member of the Dallas Cowboys?
I told him you wouldn't. I told him you would root for him.
Because you should. Because he's the enemy.
I will root for him to succeed, the Cowboys to lose. Yeah.
Oh, I hate that. Just like you root for Dak for some reason. It's weird.
I will root for Caleb Downs to succeed to show you that I was right, that he's an absolute stud.
If Jaden throws a pick in the end zone and it's Caleb Downs who picks it off, I think if you're at home by yourself, I think you're going to do a fist bump.
Nah, not for a Jaden interception.
I think you will.
I don't think for that. It would just piss me off. Actually, that would just piss me off even more because he shouldn't even be there.
Right.
How much better can this defense be? So this is a current depth chart from our lads. It's opinion. But the defense, if you go with a 3-4, would have Kinlaw, Tim Settle, Deron Payne up front, Owe, Styles, Chanel, Chason as your linebackers. All right. Then Amos, Sandra Still, Cross, and I guess right now it's Will Harris.
Well, don't forget, Robertson's probably your nickel corner.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds great to me. All I know, it's a massive upgrade. I mean, at the end of the day, I think we're going to be markedly better on defense, and I hope that Styles, goes to the Hall of Fame. I honestly do. I hope he, leads us to, 5 to 7 playoff runs here in the next 8 years. I mean, I hope so. I really do. I just would have picked more of a sure thing, but he's an athletic freak. I understand why people are excited about him. I would have been scared. I would have been scared to make that pick. Put it this way, I think those guys got a little more gamble in them than I do. I would have taken Downs.
Adam Peters wasn't scared. He was thrilled to make that pick.
I mean, Downs
couldn't believe he
Downs
was there.
slid to 11. So
You're right.
It wasn't like the next pick. People were like, I can't believe Downs is available because he slid a few more picks.
I'll put Downs' career against his any day of the week. And I'll be honest with you, though. I might have been scared on Downs, too, just because of the whole positional value and everybody. That's why I know I wouldn't be a good GM. That's when everybody gets twisted. Like I think I'm some sort of know-it-all. I'm not some sort of know-it-all. I just have an opinion. I know I'd be a terrible GM. There's a very good chance I would have panic-picked Jordan Tyson there.
Hey.
Who actually went next.
This is most important to me. Don't forget to Venmo me $10.
Or it might be me if I swoop in last second and I can find Charlie Campbell's mock.
Cakes' guy, you don't know this, but Cakes' guy, his draft is in the ether.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault that his second last draft disappeared.
That's a DQ. You got to pay $10.
So
hold on. The guy, after he botched it, he deleted it?
No, there was no botching. He just updated his mock, but you can't find
the second to
last mock for whatever reason.
Oh.
And it's driving me crazy.
And by the way, Standig nailed the pick, right? He had Styles.
Nobody took Standig.
No one took Standig. Yeah,
He's a UDFA.
You took Kuiper, right?
That's my point.
Yeah,
That's my point.
He nailed it, yes.
Or no,
He
EB
nailed
didn't
it.
take Kuiper. EB took somebody else.
Palantonio.
That's right.
He took Sal's
Sal
nephew.
Pal, yeah.
He took the non-related.
Non-relative.
No,
Yes.
Palantonio.
Hey, what do you want to see? What do you want to see Washington do in the third round?
I think there are a lot of good receivers. I think now we're just going to probably just run with these mediocre backs. But I want to get a receiver.
What if they took a center? What if they took a center?
That's kind of gross.
Hey, third round, who cares? Come on.
I mean, I think with a third round, this is our last kind of like chance at a big impact player, like kind of relative to the norm.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to get a receiver. I think you could get a starting center in the 5th or 6th round.
That's disrespectful. They were going after Tyler Linderbaum.
Yeah, until he commanded like $28 million a year.
Well, it tells you that they feel like it's important to upgrade there.
Of course it is. I think they're going to draft their starting center, but I think it will be in the 5th or 6th round. That would be my guess.
All right, dude. Have a safe trip to
what time's your flight?
Utah.
What time's the flight?
I don't know. My Uber's coming or Lyft is coming at 9:30, and I got to jump in the shower.
Yeah, you are smelly.
Yeah.
You smelled him last night?
Smelled him last night. I was like, dude, you got to get in that shower quick. All right, man. Have a safe trip. Have fun.
Later.
All right.
You can smell him all the way across the table.
Yeah.
You were on one end and EB was on the other end.
Yeah, I can smell him. No chance that he showered before he went there.
All right, so
I smelled Cakes too. He was sitting right next to me.
I think
I
he
smell
was
good.
I think he is backing off Project a little bit.
Yeah,
but I kind of look. I sided with him in this respect. Is that when you just looked at the numbers, they don't jump off the page
yeah,
at
but
you.
there could be reasons for that.
I understand that. And I've come around when I watch, some of these experts jocking it. I get swayed.
Man,
I'm easily swayed.
I'm so praying for Sonny Styles to be the D-Roy.
I mean,
next
just because
year.
he didn't
Praying that happens.
just because he didn't have the same amount of tackles that he did his junior year. First of all, is a different defensive coordinator, so maybe he was used differently. Chris Russell pointed that out, but they had studs at every position on that defense, and other guys are making plays.
I feel like Durante Jones is going to turn him loose in this defense.
Yeah, he might.
And he's going to be a menace. He's going to be scary. Scary Sonny Styles.
Scary Styles.
Hopefully
Scary
that's the
Styles.
case. And on the other side, hopefully people are just throwing right at Caleb Downs and scoring touchdowns left and right. Now I'm actively rooting against the guy, and he's allegedly a great kid.
Coming up
I should
next.
root for him, but I'm forced to root against him.
Let's compare how the Commanders did drafting Sonny Styles versus the rest of the NFC East. And are you feeling great about what Adam Peters did drafting Sonny Styles at number 7? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies talking NFL Draft.
This week at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, it's the Cobra Fitting and Bonus Trade-In event. The new Cobra Optum line achieves incredible ball speeds, reduced side spin, and exceptional forgiveness. Take advantage of the 50% bonus trade-in towards your new Cobra purchase. Swing into Golfdom or book your fitting online at worldwidegolf.com. Trusted by golfers since 1982 and home to the legendary 90-day, 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom, get there.
Welcome back. Chucky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Been talking NFL draft throughout the show. The Commanders, their first-round pick, take linebacker Sonny Styles with the number 7 pick. Some people believe he dropped there because in a lot of the mock drafts, he was going to the Giants at number 5.
Some to the Titans at number 4. So, yeah, for him to slip to 7, I think that the front office, the brass, the ownership, they were all genuinely shocked that Sonny Styles was available to pick at 7 without having to move up the draft board.
Right.
And they were thrilled to be able to pick him.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, you could tell, like, Adam Peters seemed borderline giddy when he was talking to him on the phone.
Yeah, he's their guy.
Like, he was stunned that he had the opportunity to select Sonny Styles.
And Styles just seems like a good dude.
I mean, he said he's humble. Like, he's,
he just seems like a good guy.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's extremely coachable, well-spoken kid. Seems, kind of professional, already professional.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sure, he learned that from his dad.
I'm sure with his dad.
Dad, longtime pro.
And his younger brother is going to be a stud.
Yep.
He'll be drafted.
Seems like a lot of the experts loved the pick, even if EB didn't love it himself. Emmanuel Acho's a guy who's been on Fox Sports. Now he's got a podcast called Speakeasy. I think that's what it's called. He played linebacker in the league. Here's what Emmanuel Acho said about this pick.
Is not a more perfect fit to a more perfect team than Sonny Styles to the Washington Commanders. Who is the Washington Commanders head coach and defensive mind? Dan Quinn. Who did Dan Quinn help turn into a Hall of Famer? Bobby Wagner. Who is no longer on the Washington Commanders roster? Bobby Wagner. Where is there a vacancy for the Washington Commanders at linebacker? And what the hell can Sonny Styles do? Play linebacker with elite range, elite tenacity, elite athleticism. See, if you play in a Dan Quinn defense, you need a linebacker that can do one of two things, and Sonny Styles can actually do them both. He needs to be able to come downhill and attack aggressively, but also Dan Quinn likes to sit in a cover 3 defense. Weakness of a cover 3 defense is when a team comes out and they run 4 verticals. How can you stop 4 verticals versus cover 3? Well, you need your weak side linebacker who has a hook curl that is 2 yards outside the hash and 12 yards deep. You need that linebacker to be able to look up a receiver that is going vertical. If they come out in a 3-by-1 formation, that was Bobby Wagner for so long, I need to be able to see TJ Houshmandzadeh, and I need to have the speed to run with him. Sonny Styles has that speed. Sonny Styles has that size. Sonny Styles has that athleticism. There is not a more quality fit for a team in the first round than Sonny Styles going to Dan Quinn and the Washington Commanders. I absolutely love that.
And I know EB has made a big point out of he's uncomfortable with Sonny Styles' size at 6'5". It's not typical for a middle linebacker, but
it's not.
I think that's a plus.
Yeah,
because you can put him on the edge. You can play him at linebacker. You could drop him back into your secondary because he has experience playing safety. Like, I think the size is a plus, not a detriment.
I don't think so either. I think if you have size and speed and athleticism, it's tougher for the quarterback to throw against you.
Right.
It's tougher for a running back to get around you or by you.
I mean, what Acho was talking about too is his range.
Yeah,
and I'm sure you guys have all seen that clip. It was against Alabama. I can't remember what team it was, but where he just goes completely side to side to tackle somebody and keep him out of the end zone.
It might be Miami, I can't remember. I saw it though. Yes.
So that athleticism is off the charts. That's what the Commanders did, but we wanted to kind of compare how they did with one pick against the other teams in the division. So the Dallas Cowboys were the team that were able to get Caleb Downs.
Yep.
So they upgraded safety.
I'm upset with what the Cowboys did because you can generally count on the Cowboys to botch something on draft day, but I feel like they did really well because they swapped spots with Miami. They just moved up one spot to secure Caleb Downs. So they didn't have to part with that much draft capital to do that. And then later, they move out of their 20 spot, and they let Philly go into that spot. They drop down, and they get a pretty good pass rusher in Malachi Lawrence out of, is it UCF?
UCF.
Yeah, out of UCF, a guy who was kind of looked at as like a second-round guy, but has zoomed up draft boards, and Dallas obviously loved him. So
he had 20 sacks in his career. Last year, he had 7 sacks and 11 tackles for loss.
So Dallas is shrewd moving around the draft board, and they add 2 really good defensive pieces to upgrade. I mean, we saw how bad that Dallas defense was. Not quite as bad as Washington's, but it was pretty bad last year. So they focused on defense in the first round That's not great if you're a Commanders fan because now their defense is going to get better.
And they focused on defense in free agency. They went out and signed a couple guys, 2 or 3 guys in free agency on the defensive side. They weren't very active offensively.
Right. Rashawn Gary shows up from Green Bay.
Rashawn Gary, correct.
Yep.
So the Cowboys.
It's funny we were talking about would Washington trade with the division foe if they traded out of the 7. And you just mentioned it. I mean, Dallas traded out with Philly.
Right.
And Philly goes out and
division rivals doing business with each other. Yeah.
Philly gets the receiver with Mekhi Lemon, who won the Blitnikoff Award.
Yeah.
He had 4 games with 150 yards or more.
Yeah. And by
receiving.
the way, if you think that the Eagles aren't going to trade A.J. Brown at some point, you're not keeping up with what they've been doing of late. They pull off the trade to go up and get Lemon, 3 spots there. They sign Hollywood Brown. They sign Elijah Moore. They trade for Dontavian Wicks from Green Bay. Like, they're getting themselves ready to deal A.J. Brown away for some sort of draft haul.
I've actually forgotten what happened to Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson, is he a free agent? I think he's a pending free agent.
I think he is.
Oh, the Commanders can bring him back.
I mean, they could get back in the Jahan Dotson business.
Let me see if Dotson's a freebie.
I think he is a free agent.
His tenure in Philadelphia, dud.
He's currently a free agent.
No, he's signed with Atlanta.
Oh, that's right. That happened within the last 2 or 3 weeks.
I think that just happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dotson's off the board for Adam Peters and company.
So we talked about the Cowboys, talked about the Eagles, the Giants. They get Reese, who for a lot of people slid down the draft board at number 5. So they get another edge guy.
They were probably
they
very
dropped
surprised.
a lot of edge guys, right?
Yeah.
They got Thibodeau.
Like the war room for the Giants, they could not believe that Arvell Reese just fell to them at number 5.
Yeah.
Because he was mocked to go to the Jets by several spots at number 2, at worst to be the 3rd pick, and he makes it all the way to 5.
Yep.
I mean, they couldn't have imagined that.
I mean,
would
and
happen.
just think about the guys that they've got to rush the passer. They signed, or they have Brian Burns, who they acquired from Carolina a couple years ago. But they've got Carter, they got Thibodeau, and then they go out and say, we're getting another guy just like that.
Right.
Who can play? He's kind of versatile. He can play linebacker. He can play edge.
Yeah.
Just an athlete, 20 years old. So that I think it's a great pick.
Now their second pick, which was number 10, they take the tackle from Miami. The interesting thing there is a lot of people thought they would go wide receiver.
Well, it seems like they had their hearts set on Jordan Tyson, and the Saints dashed that by taking him at 8.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing if Tyson had made it to 10, that would have been the pick, but he wasn't available, so you have to pivot. You can't just cry over the fact that a team sniped you 2 picks before. So they pivoted and got who many thought was the best offensive lineman available in Francis Mauigoa.
And you got a young, smaller quarterback. You want to protect them as best you can. And maybe they just think Neighbors will be fine. And they went out and they got Darnell Mooney in free agency. They've got Slayton. If Neighbors is 100%, I think they're fine at receiver. They went out and got Likely. So I think that they'll be fine.
That team's going to make a jump this year.
I think so, too.
They also pick very high in the second round. They have a 37th pick. So 5 picks in tonight when the draft starts.
Now, they didn't have a chance. Some people also were thinking that they might make a run at Jeremiah Love.
Right.
But, of course, he was picked by the Cardinals at number 3.
Nothing you can do. If the Cards take him off the board, then you just have to follow your board in your war room and go with your conviction.
So I think overall, if you're just looking at the division, in my opinion, all right, Washington is better just based on who they've signed and who they drafted, and Jaden has to stay healthy. But those other teams are better too. So it's going to be a tough-ass division.
I think the NFC
I don't know if
East had a
Philly's
really
necessarily better.
Well, they're good.
Yes, they're good.
Yeah. Are they
like
better?
Is like Lemon's not going to be better than A.J. Brown.
No, but maybe just getting rid of A.J. Brown is a good move for them.
If you elevate Devontae Smith to your number 1.
A.J. Brown could have been a bigger problem than we kind of knew about in the locker room.
Could be addition by subtraction.
Could be.
Just getting him away from the mix. Maybe he's just toxic. It's filtering through the whole team. I don't have a problem with them dealing him away.
Yeah.
And they've made contingency plans to be ready for when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, the guys, they went out and signed receivers too.
Right.
So I just think it's going to be a really tough division. Again, tougher than last year. Because the Giants weren't good. The Cowboys weren't as good.
I wish we were coming in here just goofing on what the other teams did in the draft. It's hard to really critique them at this point.
Yeah.
It hasn't even been 24 hours. We need to see how they actually play and develop. But they seem to have made all good selections and moves around the draft.
Wouldn't you agree, JP? So the division got better?
I would agree that the Giants will be significantly better. The Cowboys on paper should be better defensively.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles, I'm not so sure. You know, yes, they added all these receivers that you just mentioned. They draft Lemon. They added all these other guys to prepare to deal A.J. Brown. I've read reports that it's going to happen like after June 1st.
Well,
and
look,
most people think he's going to end up in New England. But
they just still, their defense is still
A.J.
very
Brown's,
good.
when he's top of his game, is one of the best receivers in the NFL.
Okay, just didn't fit anymore for them. Didn't fit.
He wore out his welcome.
But they still got.
Is Devontae Smith the true number one?
Well, he's going to have to be. I don't know if he is, but he's going to get.
Or maybe Mackay. Maybe Mackay's their number one.
He's going to get that treatment. He's going to get every opportunity to be the number one there.
Yeah. But
I think the Eagles are coming back to the pack, and we saw that a little bit last year.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying they're the clear-cut favorite to win the division. I'm just saying they're still very good because their defense is legit, and they still have pieces on offense. So they're going to be a tough out. I mean, they're not going to be like the Giants from last year. But overall, top to bottom, the division is better. Yeah.
I agree. Those teams all improved themselves last night.
Yep. And if Jaden stays healthy, they're obviously better.
Right.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Still have a chance to win some tickets to go see the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown. But let me tell you about Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905. They're expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up with the junkies. We got hoodies, we got long sleeve tees, graphic tees, awesome stuff. I love my black hoodie. Got my brand new boots. They're awesome. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show, when you're working around the house or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection. All right, we told you to give you a chance to win these tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown. Right now, caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We will hook you with those tickets. And that, by the way, is coming up on July 10th at Northwest Stadium. Tickets are on sale to the general public Monday, April 27th at 10 a.m. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com. That's courtesy of Live Nation. So caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We will hook you up with those tickets. You can call in now.
Mm-hmm.
I was just checking our poll of the day. You can vote at Junks Radio.
Oh, and you vote.
How do you feel about the Commanders drafting linebacker Sonny Styles from Ohio State? There were four options.
I'm going to guess the numbers. Give us the options again.
Hold on,
Love
let me
it.
vote in. I need to bump up the numbers.
Like it, meh, you're indifferent, and then hate it.
I'm going to say love it, 58%. Like it, 32%. So what's that? That's 90. Meh, 6%. Hate it, 4%.
You're not that far off.
I think I did the math right.
There's 15%, what I'd say, that are between meh and hate it. Only 2% hate it.
Okay.
So that means almost everybody loves it or likes it.
Yeah.
Right. They should.
Sonny Styles, cool name.
I love it. Love
Now,
it.
Born Alex Styles, but Sonny's his nickname or middle name.
Sonny Styles sounds
Sonny
so much
sounds
better.
better.
way
Sounds way
better. Alex Styles, that's
That's you
I'm
know
just
what that
saying,
is?
that's his name.
That's
Alex
not a
Styles,
baller.
That's an accountant name.
Yeah.
Sonny Styles is the guy who's
Is a
gonna
baller name?
plant you into the ground name.
Right,
yes,
Is
I
what that
agree with
name
you.
Is
I
don't,
agree with
don't
you.
mess around with me name.
1-800-636-1067. So we talked a little earlier about day 2 in the draft. We probably should talk about day 3 as well, because when we come back on Monday, we're going to assess the whole draft haul.
Mm-hmm.
So they still have 5 picks, right?
Yep.
5 picks right now. We'll see what happens. All right. What positions are they going to fill, Cakes? I'll lead off. I think that they will probably add a wide receiver. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to add 2 offensive linemen, like a center and then some like guard. Then toss me in a corner and then a safety. They'll go a couple secondary,
Yeah,
a couple linemen, and a wide receiver.
They might go 2 receivers. I might say 2 receivers, and
then they just have a big competition. If they go 2 receivers, then probably McCaffrey or Lane, they're going to be fighting their asses off with those 2 receivers.
Well, who knows? I don't know which guys would be.
There's going to
let
be a
go.
healthy battle for spots like 4 through 6 at wideout on this team.
And then I think they'll definitely go secondary, at least 1, if not 2. So they've got 5, right? So they've got a third, a fifth, 2, 6, and a 7. Yeah, I can see them going center, like Matt was saying. So that's 2 receivers, 2 in the secondary, and 1 offensive lineman.
I'm going to go in no particular order. Wideout, corner, center. They definitely need to pick a center at some point. Let's throw a guard in there just for depth.
That's what I did.
And let's make your last pick just an RB, because
You're throwing an RB.
it worked out pretty good when they picked Bill late in the 7th round last year. So that's kind of the way I would lean. Let me give you a name for who I believe could come off the board at 71. Because let's be honest, Adam Peters, we know that he has a type. He loves the guys with the high relative athletic score.
Yeah, who has the best?
Well,
remaining.
The best still remaining is Jeff Caldwell from Cincinnati. But he's projected more as like a 4th or 6th round pick.
Right.
The apple of his eye might be Ted Hurst out of Georgia State, and a caller brought him up earlier.
Yep.
He's got a 9.92 RAS.
Grab
He's
him.
kind of in that range where you might pick him 70, 80, and they are sitting there at 71. That's a name to keep an eye on.
Grab
that
him.
could be the name off the board for the
Or
Commanders
Skylar
tonight.
Bell out of UConn.
Skylar Bell
Apparently
also has a high RAS. He's a 9.71.
Yeah, so they could look at him too.
But Trey Lance's little brother, Bryce Lance, has a 9.98 RAS.
You were intrigued by the Lances. You were infatuated with Trey. Now you're infatuated with his brother.
This is all true. I've given up the ghost of Trey Lance.
I understand.
I've learned my lesson on Trey Lance. But, I mean, if his younger brother is a blazing fast wideout with crazy athletic traits, he's going to get drafted by somebody. It might not be the Commanders, but he's going to get a chance in the league.
Each of us have the Commanders either today or tomorrow drafting wide receiver. Jason says maybe they'll take 2.
Maybe.
Do you think there's any possibility they don't draft a receiver and go the route that Cakes has been promoting?
They could still do both.
Yeah.
They could draft one, and
I
they could
still
also
think they're
sign
going to draft one.
a guy that doesn't
How many
break
are
the
they
bank.
in the room? 20 receivers in the room.
You know what? You have healthy competition.
But they
It's
might,
fine.
they might look at these guys and go, they're better than what we have.
Right.
So let's boot one.
Eventually, it might say Van Jefferson. It was nice
Yeah.
having you in, but you don't quite make the cut. Or you know what? Took a flyer on De'Ami Brown, and maybe he's just not good enough. I don't care. Just bring the best 5 or 6 wide receivers that you can assemble on a roster, and bring them to the opening day 53.
Tonight, the Arizona Cardinals have the second pick in the second round. San Francisco will lead off because they traded out in the first round.
Right.
And I think San Francisco will go secondary there. But does Arizona take Carson Beck?
I mean,
with the first pick.
They might.
The second pick in the second round tonight.
Look, if the Rams are going to take Ty Simpson at 13 and send shockwaves through the league by
Right,
doing that,
right.
then Carson Beck early in the second, I don't think is a huge surprise.
Yeah.
It looked like it was a big surprise to Sean McVay that the Rams took Ty Simpson at 13 because he didn't seem too happy
Yeah.
in the post
So,
presser.
I mean, just based on where we're hearing that his draft stock was rising.
Right.
Didn't think he was a first rounder, but maybe someone takes a reach and grabs him in the second round.
Right.
Hey, can you get the buzzer and
Sure.
the dinger ready? I want to go through their current wide receivers and tell me who is a lock to be on the roster.
All right.
And then if you give the buzz, then it's not a lock.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. So obviously Terry McLaurin.
Ding. Obvious.
Traylon Burks.
Not a lock.
Yeah, probably not a lock, but I think he will make it.
It might be, yeah.
I mean, they signed him to a deal for a reason.
Luke McCaffrey.
Lock.
Yeah.
He's a lock.
I think he's a lock.
Luke is a lock.
But here's what saves him: his role in the return game.
All right. Jalen Lane.
I think he's a lock.
All right, he's a lock. So you got
Electric punt
3.
returner.
Just because of his punt return ability, yeah.
All right. So now we go to.
I have those 3. I'm not saying Burks is a lock.
All right. De'Ami Brown.
Not a lock.
All right. Van Jefferson.
Not a lock.
It's not even worth. I shouldn't even mention. I mean, I already know the answer. Jacory Brooks, Jacoby Jones.
Yeah. So I think they've got 3 locks.
So 3 locks.
Yeah.
Maybe 4.
That makes room for.
I think
other
De'Ami's a
people.
lock.
All right, maybe.
They know him. He's deep threat.
Okay.
He's going to do the same role that he did a couple years ago.
But what I'm saying is if whoever they draft in the third round, they might say, all right, he's better than De'Ami.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, if they get this Ted Hurst kid,
Yeah.
or Skylar Bell or whoever they draft, and if Antonio Williams from Clemson slips out of
Malachi Fields, somebody like that.
they may say that's our number 3.
Absolutely.
Is there any possibility that when it's all said and done on Monday, every one of the picks was a defensive player?
Impossible.
Impossible?
Impossible.
I don't think so.
I mean, they don't have a ton of picks.
They had a horrible defense.
Yeah, but they addressed a
I know,
lot.
but
A
dude,
lot of it during
they've
free
signed like
agency.
11 guys and they
have to-
drafted one.
They at a minimum, they have to pick at least one wideout and at least one offensive lineman. That's 2 offensive players there. Though I barely consider a lineman an offensive player, they kind of are. I guess because they play while the offense is out there. So yes, they're going to have a minimum of 2 offensive players selected amongst their 7 draft picks.
Uh-huh.
That's my guess.
Or do they trade down a little bit, just a few spots in the third round to try and gain a 5th?
I would like that. If they trade like from 71 to 80 or
Right.
81
to gain 1 pick.
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
How many minutes are there between the picks on Saturday?
I thought
Is
there
that
was,
the 5
I
minutes?
thought there was
think
5.
tonight it's 5, and Saturday it might even be like 3. I'll have to double
Nice.
check it.
Yeah, double check that.
I know on Saturday it flies.
It's good.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought last night it was awesome, the pace of the draft.
Going from 10 to 8.
I mean, we used to sit for 15.
Oh,
we did
interminable.
we did 2 draft shows in New York when Washington didn't even have like an early pick, and we had to fill all that time for hours.
We had to know everything about every prospect. Every
Here it is.
draft prospect.
Here's a breakdown. Round 1, 8 minutes per pick. Round 2, 7. Rounds 3 through 6, 5 minutes per pick for both standard and compensatory selections.
And 7 is
Round 7, 4 minutes per pick. They're
All
like,
right.
you know what? You got,
All right,
you're
so
on
it's 5
clock.
minutes.
4 minutes. Just get your dumb 7th round
Right.
pick in.
Just find the guy's
So
phone number, call him,
But you know
and make
what?
the
Look,
pick.
You would have said that last year, and they found Bill in the 7th round.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good find.
So you're saying tonight is 7, and then
Round 2, 7 minutes per
it
pick.
goes down to 5.
Yep.
So the third rounder's 5.
Third through sixth, 5 minutes per pick.
Then seventh is 4.
And tonight we have second and third round.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Starting at 7, I believe.
7 p.m.
7 o'clock.
The Commanders will make their pick at what time?
No.
Well, it's going to be.
It's going to be a while.
I can't do that math right now.
It's going to be a while.
Too much pressure on my feet.
I'll probably be sleeping when they pick.
All right, Sonny Styles, pick number 7 by the Washington Commanders. You can vote at Junks Radio. People seem to love it. Be talking about it all day right here on The Fan. Also looking forward to what they do in the coming rounds. For Bish Bucks Cakes, I'm JP. Have a great weekend. Coming up next, it's BMitch and Finlay right here on The Fan.
With the 7th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Commanders selected Sonny Styles, linebacker out of The Ohio State University. There is always a positional value discussion when it comes to taking inside linebackers in the first round, but Styles has been widely considered a top 10 talent since his remarkable showing at the Combine. Speaking of the draft, the Eagles made a trade with the Cowboys last night and selected USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon with the number 20 pick in the draft. The addition of Lemon is another indication that A.J. Brown is likely to be traded. Adam Schefter said that Brown is likely to be traded to the Patriots on or after June 1st. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Boop, boop, boo. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. BMitch and Finlay right here, and the Commanders have drafted Sonny Styles. BMitch, last night we were all in Pittsburgh. Today you're in D.C., I'm in Bethesda. Busy
We got to be the
time.
hardest working two people in damn show business. Because I'm going to tell you, JP, last night was interesting.
So they make the pick. I mean, let's start with giving some credit to the NFL because they made the pick, and the new draft in the NFL, that was a 3-hour draft.
They rolled through it.
It was fast.
The pick was in before the time limit a lot of times.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the Raiders took the whole 8 damn minutes. Everybody else was like 6,
Whole world knew
7.
what you were doing.
I mean, we
Right.
knew what you were doing. You didn't have to go the whole 8 minutes, but I was happy to see a lot of people get it in quick. And then when they got to the middle, they were rolling through that thing, bro.
Yeah, man. Well, it was interesting, too. So I was talking to a buddy of mine that works for the league, and I was like, people need to stop booing Roger Goodell. What he's done with this draft is phenomenal. And he's like, dude, it's going so fast that the people on the media side can't keep up. Because you got to there's so many like obligatory interviews, national interviews, radio interviews, that it was just stacking up. Like in that hallway, when we were kind of waiting on Styles, think about the players that were just kind of stacked up in that green room. It was crazy, man.
Hey, bro, listen, I have to give credit to Pittsburgh. They did a damn good job with it. I walked well over 7 miles yesterday. I can say it like that.
Yeah.
Bro, it's some walking in that yesterday morning, I would have walked over to your place.
Yeah. It's busy, dude.
Then I walked over to we ended up getting to the stadium, walked there to do the show.
Right.
Back to my hotel. Then we're on our way to the actual draft, and old Brian Colbert, I tell you, he was so smart. He put the address into your hotel. So we get there and we look at, and this guy who works for it was an NFL official. He said, "Y'all look kind of lost. Can I help you out?" I said, "Yeah, we're trying to get to the draft." He said, "That's on the other side of the river."
Yeah.
He said, "You got to get to the
tough.
stadium." I looked at B. I said, "What the hell?" He said, "Man, just put the address there from the text thread. You should have went up a couple of more texts. You would have known that was." So now we find an Uber. And Tanner pissed at it because Tanner said, "Bro, it's three of us. You order this liberty ass Uber."
You can't get Uber X.
He got compact. He got compact. He didn't get. So then we get there, and you got to go to the casino to walk over to the stadium.
Yeah, it was.
Then you got to go up the stairs, which the escalator wasn't. Well, the elevator wasn't working.
Right.
So we had to walk up them.
There were escalators. You didn't get the escalator?
It wasn't working for a moment there.
Oh, that
It wasn't
sucks.
working when we came in. Then on the way out, it wasn't working, but you're going down, so it was easy.
Right.
And then we were trying to find Uber after that.
Well, good luck.
Could not find one, so we started walking.
I walked.
And all of a sudden, we saw these guys in this like 8-seater golf cart. He said, "Where y'all trying to go?" We trying to go back to the Omni. $25 a person. Bet. Let's go, dog.
Sold.
Sold. So, and look, we see all these guys riding on golf carts down the bike lane, but he like, man, I said, bro, everybody else is doing it. Ride your ass down these bike lanes, which he did. We got back quickly, get into the hotel. It's 12. Tanner and I set up the Uber for 4:45.
Yeah. What time was your flight? 5:40?
6:10.
6:10. Okay.
So I had 2 drinks, went to my room, and something say, look, do not go to sleep. Get you a quick one. So,
Oh, no.
So I went to sleep for about 2 hours. I got up about 3-something, and I would not go back to sleep. If I went back to sleep, I wouldn't be with you right now, bro. I'm letting you know that right now.
Dude, so our nights were different, obviously. I said bye to you guys. I was in the 11 o'clock news for Channel 4, and Kerwin was like, yo, there's a shuttle that leaves at midnight. We could jump on that. And I was like, Kerwin, a lot going on at home. If you don't mind, I'm going to try to just get out of here because I was done at like 11:25.
Mm-hmm.
And Kerwin's got to pack all the gear up and everything. And he's like, dude, no problem. I totally understand. As I was leaving, though, he said, but if I see you at the bar drinking vodka sodas, I'm going to be mad you didn't help me break everything down. So I had that in my ear, and I got back to the hotel probably like 11:45.
You grabbed one and took it up to the room with you?
No, I was able – you know the bridge that was closer to the stadium that was closed to pedestrians?
Yeah.
Somehow I was able to walk on that last night. I was with some league guys, and it was only – I'm just going to tell the story now. It was only for league officials, and somehow they just – I got to go.
I can
so
tell you this.
that knocked like 15 minutes off my walk. And I got in the room. I went to bed. I was up at 5. I stopped at Breezewood. I saw a gang of Amish people getting breakfast sandwiches, and now I'm in Bethesda. All's well.
Well, I'll tell you this. This Washington Commanders draft hat got us into places, right? Like into streets that we weren't supposed to be in. The guy said, listen, man, just act official. Well, everybody kept saying congratulations to Brian. No, to Brian. Because Brian.
He was wearing a nice suit.
He had on that suit and he had the dread, so they assumed he just got drafted.
That's
and
funny,
we played it up too. Me and Tanner was his agent, and we got on where we had to go.
That's terrific.
People running up to him to get autographs and stuff. Like, what the hell, B? They thought B got drafted last night.
Let's talk about what they did last night. I think Adam Peters was a man of his word. He said, more likely than not, I am going to make the pick at 7.
Yeah.
Sure enough, they did. Now, Kansas City traded up in front of them. I think that was pretty clearly to take Mansour Delane.
Yeah.
Thinking Washington would take him.
Tate left at 4.
So, I mean, the way this worked for Washington to get Styles, I thought the Jeremiah Love stuff at 3 was real, and I thought it was real because the owner wanted Jeremiah Love. And when the owner wants somebody, that's what's going to happen.
Who going to tell him no?
Right. No, that dude doesn't have a boss. Maybe his wife, but she's not going to tell him no. So when Love goes 3, I'm like, all right. In my mind, I was like, you just need a tackle to go, and then Washington's going to get their pick of Styles, Downs, Delane, which got damn near close to happening. And it wasn't a tackle, but Carnell Tate at 4 to Tennessee. Really interesting pick. I like Cam Ward as a player. I like Cam Ward as a dude. I love his story. So I'm excited for him to have a real number 1 receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a pretty ballsy pick, though, to go Carnell Tate at 4 in a draft where you're not sure who the real best
But see, that's
is.
the thing about it, Jay. We may not know who it is. That scouting department know who they think it is, or who they felt was it.
Sure.
And I think that's what you got to understand. Like, we get a lot of this information from guys, and we respect. So you can't say that they was just BSing you. You take the fact that they put their work in and they start hearing things. But the one thing I say, as soon as free agency starts, line season, the coaches that was telling them, oh, man, we don't know, they could have been lying to them to make sure they get all that information out. So Tennessee say, okay, we're going to go take him early. We're going to take him when we want to take him. I just think that for him to go at 4, when everybody was saying, oh, man, we don't know if you can take him at 7, they felt very, very highly of him. And I think other people did too. I don't think if they don't take him at 4, he's not getting out of the top 10.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
So, I mean, it's just like that being 6'2", and what 6'2" and 3/4 they said, and running the 4.53 is different than being 5'9" and running the 4.53.
Totally. My concerns with Carnell Tate are not that it was a 4.52 instead of a 4.48. That's just not a concern to me. But when Love and Tate go back-to-back 3 and 4, all of a sudden you realize, wow, Washington's really going to have their options here. Marvell Reese slides to the Giants. I think that was kind of a no-brainer pick for John Harbaugh. And then you see Kansas City move up, and I think everybody, considering they just traded away McDuffie, you knew they wanted a corner. All right, so KC's going to draft Delane. Washington's sitting there, and you've got Sonny Styles on the board, Caleb Downs on the board. We had heard a lot about Jordan Tyson all of a sudden. He's on the board. And in my mind, it's going to come down to those three players.
He was doing some snot crying.
Who was?
Jordan Tyson. When he got drafted, you saw the thing get dropped out the nose. I'm like, bruh, that's some serious stuff right there.
I'm familiar with that kind of crying lately. At least his with tears of joy. But I think with Washington, when they get on the clock, and to me it was Styles, Tyson, or Downs. And I knew that of those three, how much Dan Quinn liked Sonny Styles. And we know, the whole world kind of knows how much Adam Peters likes his athletes, likes his freak athletes.
Yep, that he is.
And Sonny Styles being there, it seemed very, very obvious. Sure enough, that was the pick.
Well, he kind of felt it from the beginning. He did.
That was cool. So he told the story, and he told the story before the draft, that he woke up with just a gut feeling that he was going to be a commander.
Did you see how his handler was dressed?
Oh, was it burgundy? I didn't think about that.
So your video that you posted.
Yeah.
Because
of him wearing the hat?
B. Colbert was telling me a story that Sonny had said. So I'm looking at your video that you posted when he was walking in, getting the hat and stuff, and his handler was behind him. Has on a burgundy suit with a yellowish gold shirt.
That's wild.
So I zoomed in, and I told everybody, I said, look at the bottom right of this picture. He had a strong feeling, so much so that he had this person dressed like the Commanders.
That's really interesting because let's also be honest here. Those dudes come to Pittsburgh with a number of suits available to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they have options. Yeah, that's interesting. I see the dude you're talking about.
Yeah,
so
and
the video I posted is Jared, then Styles, then I don't know if that's Sonny's guy or what, but that dude is clearly wearing burgundy gold.
B said that was his guy.
Okay.
You know, so and
yeah,
then
it's probably somebody from his agency.
And he stated that well, I think Ryan was just telling me there's a thing of him sitting in a damn barber chair, and they asked him where you think he's going. He say, Commanders. Like he just felt it. And I think you start getting a good feeling of people when you're talking to them.
Absolutely. And so I got to talk to Styles last night, and so it's funny. Bickle had a tweet last night that this is a project, but then I heard Bickle on the Junks this morning, and I don't think he meant it in the connotation of what project means. You know what I mean? Like, this is a dude that had a position change at Ohio State, and for a linebacker to be 6'5" and run a 4.46, that is different, right? But I think that's exactly what is driving Washington to want him.
Hell yeah.
When I talked to Sonny last night, I know you talked to him too, he said, I feel like I'm just scratching the surface of what I could be.
Yeah.
And if you're Adam Peters and you're Dan Quinn and you're Durante Jones, and you get that type of dude and that type of athlete with just – I am not making any comparisons here, but you have a coach that was there at the beginning, the ascension of Bobby Wagner to what is going to be a Hall of Fame career. You have a front office executive that was there at the beginning of Fred Warner's ascension to a Hall of Fame career. Could it be a miss? Absolutely. The NFL draft is a crapshoot. But, like, when those two guys see these tools physically, the type of kid he is, I got to spend 5 minutes with him, B. But it was wildly impressive. You know what I mean?
If you look closely in his face, he resembles Bobby.
Yeah, a little. I see that. He's just 5 inches taller.
Think people look at his height. So what I said last night to Santana and Brian was, this guy has shown he can be a middle linebacker. And I heard Baldy do a breakdown of it. He said this is essentially a guy at Mike linebacker. You watch him shed tackles, shed blocks and make tackles. He's sure. He can run with anybody that plays the tight end position. You know,
totally. Or backs. Backs coming out of the backfield.
Mike, like when you hear Durante and you hear Dan and you look at Dan's history, you start thinking, this kid doesn't have to just be the middle linebacker like middle linebackers are. What if during the game at one point McGee pops into Mike. He pops outside. He could get a damn pass rush move at 6'5", sleek like that with that speed. He could give linemen a damn problem too. So I think the way that they discuss things about loving the person with the can be able to do more than one thing, he's perfect for them. Versatility is the word I was trying to get.
Absolutely.
I'm on 2 hours of sleep.
I know the feeling, B. So Sonny Styles, 6'5", 244, and people are like, oh, well, that's not a linebacker. Well, it's damn near the exact measurements of Tremaine Edmonds, and it's an inch taller, damn near the exact measurements as Brian Urlacher. So I think the
they're
NFL
changing.
is involved.
People's bodies are changing. It's not the same.
And I think I wish I remember who I saw this tweet last night, and it was from like a Commanders fan account, and he's like, last year everybody was screaming about the linebackers are too slow, and now you've added Leo Chenal, whose athletic testing is completely off the charts. And now you've added Sonny Styles, whose athletic testing is even better than Chenal's, and I think it's like they saw what we saw and are trying to address it. And as much as I like Chenal and Oweh, you now have 5 years of player control on a rookie deal with a dude that is one of the most gifted players athletically in this class.
Jay, it just tells you that people like to complain.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's all that is.
But for me, the criticisms I've heard that I don't agree with, but I can wrap my head around where they come from. If you look at 24 to 25, the numbers dipped a little, right? Okay. They also played 2 fewer games. Ohio State didn't get to the national championship game, I would add. And then the other
nobody is going to. They don't want to hear that,
right?
Although you played less games and your numbers have dropped a little bit, nobody want to hear that. Look at the average per game. I just tell people in any sport, in anything you want to compare, stop looking because some people might play 200 games, some people might play 100 games. Look at the average per game and see how good they were.
Now, the other side of this is, well, you could have taken Caleb Downs. You could have taken Jordan Tyson. And for the folks that are saying you got to add a weapon for Jaden, you got to add a weapon for Jaden, I hear you. I don't want you to feel unheard, right? But if the defense is better, that helps Jaden a lot too. And for me, Jordan Tyson just had real question marks. Mm-hmm. The lingering hamstring stuff. That's a dude.
They also say the immaturity of him.
That's a dude that missed over a third of his college career. Now, of the 3 injuries, you've got a knee, which I will always keep in mind, a collarbone, which I discount because that's a freak injury. How you land on it, it heals, you should be fine. Mm-hmm. It's a broken bone. Those heal, you should be okay. The lingering hammy stuff gives me pause. So, I understood not going Tyson there. I do think you got to look for a wideout at 71, but we'll see what happens. And then the Caleb Downs thing. In my first mock draft I did for Beltway Football on Monumental Sports Network, I had them taking Caleb Downs. I think Caleb Downs is the cleanest prospect in this draft, period. To me, if my big board, if you will, I had Bailey 1, I might have had Downs 2. I think he comes in, hits the ground running immediately. Mm-hmm. But
I think Lewis really kind of, when I heard Lewis say
exactly
what he said,
I was going to say.
That basically made me take a little pause because, yes, he's probably one of the cleanest guys. But to take that position that high, he has to come with something else. And as Brian was telling me last night, and when you look at him, he doesn't look very big. Brian said, bro, he's not big at all. Compared
that's why he did.
Yeah, so if he was 6'3", like Sean Taylor, he probably would have gone higher. You know what I mean? But he doesn't bring that. Yes, he's probably clean as they come. But you got to have something else to make you be like they look at you differently.
I think Downs, from a defensive player, has an extremely high floor. I think he comes in right away and helps you. I think Styles undeniably has a higher ceiling because he can become a lot of different things. Mm-hmm. And I think when you're picking 7, the ceiling of the player matters. And I think it was – I don't know that it's telling. I believe at the end of the show yesterday, we all made a prediction. And I believe mine was I think Caleb Downs ends up sliding outside of the top 10. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, that ended up happening. Now, looking around the NFC East, we should discuss the NFC East because I think everybody
drafted some people.
I think everybody had a damn good night. And do you hate to see do you hate to see Downs land in Dallas? Sure. But you can't operate out of that mindset. you got to take the best player for you in that moment. And I think organizationally, there was not discord on this. There was not a screaming match before the pick. There's a reason they made the pick pretty damn fast.
I think you're going to listen. My mindset. I know people are, we can't let him go here. I don't care where a player goes. Every team has exceptional players. Every team. You have to make sure your players that have the ability to get there, gets there. And then you go against it. I loved playing in the NFC East back in the day because it was called the Black and Blue Division, where if you left the East, you go into the Super Bowl more than likely. Okay? And just look at all those names that were in there. Emmett and Michael and Troy. You go over to the Giants, they had defense galore. The Eagles, Reggie White and all. They had players. Washington still won a lot, even with all those players they had. So what it is, when I saw it drafted last night, as Santana said, bro, the NFC East showed draft them damn good players. Everybody drafts good players, and you have to compete. So coaches have to make sure they get the best out of the players, and players got to get the best out of yourself.
The Washington Commanders have selected Sonny Styles with the 7th overall pick. I say this definitively. He has the coolest name in this draft. Sonny Styles is just an all-time cool name. There's a lot of things I want to discuss, but I had one homework assignment that was paramount for Adam Peters and Dan Quinn to accomplish in the first round of this draft. I think they nailed it. I'll explain. Eventually, we're going to take some calls. Eventually, we're going to look to 71. What are they going to do? We got to look across the NFC East. We got to talk about Ty Simpson. We got to talk about how Sean McVay felt about that pick. Because if you watch the videos from that press conference, it's interesting.
Yeah, that seems like a GM pick, not the coach.
You are listening to BMitch Finlay. You are watching us on the YouTube stream. You are watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Going to be a fun day. First round of the draft is in the books. Plenty more to come. Don't go anywhere.